Oh, yes. Welcome back. Welcome back to Z Show. Gather round, all ye tired, weary spirits. Gather round the Z Show. Does life ever get you down? Do you ever feel worn out just from this existence, this rat race that they have us all foolishly participating in? If so, you have a home here, right here, at Z Show. Although, I don't know how much of a home we could say it truly is, because as many of you were pointing out earlier, it's not very easy to communicate or contact me. Somebody was asking for my email. How's this? Each and every night when I come on here and I drop that link in the chat, that's your opportunity, whoever you are out there. If you found your way to this little corner of YouTube, you can press the little button and you can come on up. I mean, I can only assume you have the technology to do so. I mean, you're listening, even more so, you're participating in chat. So, invariably, you have some type of technological digital device that will allow you to further participate with the Z Show. It's great how it works. But no, only a very few select people have my email. Not even the great and powerful Illumitami has my email. Not even he has my email. Not even the lovely Angela Baby Carson. She doesn't even have my Facebook account, much to her chagrin. That Angela is very intent on getting me on Facebook for some reason. Only one person here has my Facebook account. And interestingly enough, after about 3 days' time, I blocked her. So that little experiment there in communication and connection with the Z people was an abject failure. 3 days and blocked. And it wasn't even Heidi. Yeah, Flow State. It was a door slam. It was an epic door slam, too. One that I was not particularly happy to engage in. But it needed to happen nonetheless. Never miss the opportunity for a good door slam. That's what I say. Do I dare read Illumitami's comments? Tommy says if you're on Facebook or TikTok, you're basically a slow person. But much love, everybody. Yeah. I do this on purpose. You know the expression, what is it? Undersell, over-deliver. That's what I do on Z Show. Because I feel like if you have my personal contact, I'll inevitably disappoint, whoever you are. As you try to engage in some, I don't know, some type of relationship with me. It's bound for, it's bound for failure. So Better we don't go down that road. Better we keep things a bit, a bit more formal, less casual. I'm just saying. But as I said, anybody who wants to talk to me, you could do it right here on Z Show. That's right, folks. I live my life right here on the metaverse. All my communications, my interpersonal, intimate relationships, they happen here. I mean, look what's happening with me and that Sarah from Mindful Exposures. You're basically watching like a love story take place right in front of everybody's eyes, which is weird because I really can't stand her. Much love, Sarah, but in some way, I'm also diametrically. I have feelings in the complete opposite direction. I've also a strange pull towards you, which again is the push pull that makes up my life. So you guys get to witness it right here. I'll bring you through the full experience. Yeah, we'll just watch it all. It's much more exciting if we could just do it all here. We'll let you guys in on every little detail. Yeah, Flow State, climb the tree. She's apparently 6'1", and I'm okay with that. I'm adventurous. I'm willing to make that climb. Matter of fact, I'm more than willing. I'm eager. Shadow and Light says Flow needs a theme song. Well, funny enough, you say that, Shadow and Light. I was out and about today, and in my head, the same thought popped up. Exactly as you wrote it. Flow State needs a theme song. It popped in my head, and then immediately a song came in to my head. So I think I have it, although I haven't pulled the version that I want to use, and I haven't really tried it out. But usually when I have like an instantaneous moment, like a flash of insight, it usually proves to be pretty well founded. So I'm just saying. What are you laughing at, Desi Kent? That's right. He said, Z said, I'll climb that. I will climb that. She's 6'1". That's taller than me. I'm going to have to make the climb. I'm okay with it, though. It's really that I could just tell that she likes me. If you're here, Sarah, or if you listen to this on replay, we can all tell. And I'm like at the stage of my life where I've decided to like who likes me. Not everybody, but say like at any particular time, I'm like, okay, there's like 2 or 3 these nice ladies who appear to be showing interest in me. And I'm okay with that. I'm not greedy anymore. I don't need to go out and find like the magical unicorn woman who's going to make all my dreams come true and be my perfect soulmate, my twin flame. Not interested in that. I'm okay with just liking who likes me. That's good advice for any guys out there. You younger guys listening. Are you here, Sean of Source? You don't typically show up here till later. But just like who likes you as a man. That's your job. I can go into it more, but maybe we'll save it for later. Yeah. But anyway, if indeed I do play out these love stories here on the metaverse, we'll have to reserve certain portions for the of the content for maybe I don't know, a Patreon or some paywall, the more intimate things. Like if I ever meet up with that Christy Lee dolls, I'll let you guys in on the whole thing, but again, we're gonna have to put it behind some type of paywall. Maybe an OnlyFans. Who knows? We'll bring you through the first date, and you could imagine the rest. Why not? It's a digital age. Why not just live life to the fullest? Just kind of put it all out there. Why not? I'm kind of watching Flow State and Tommy go at it. I have these two guys, and now I'm distracted trying to see what they're up to. It's hard for me to follow you, Tom. What was the message, Mr. Lumitami, that you sent out to me, Flow State, and Machine Lies? What were you trying to tell us? Because I have to admit, Tom, I saw you mentioned me and Flow State and Machine Lies, and then you wrote this really long message. And to be fair, Tommy, I didn't have the attention span, nor the willingness, or the inclination to really spend any time, on whatever the fuck you were writing. But Tom, for the future, just a hint: if you're going to communicate with me, you have to be concise, man. You appear to be very loquacious and voluminous in your writings, in your messages, but I'm not going to read paragraphs and paragraphs from you. Yeah, don't judge me, says Lumitami's hard to understand via text. He is. Which is interesting because when I speak to him, we seem to communicate fairly well, but I don't know what's going on with with his written communication. It's weird.
What's up? I'm Chev.
Chev?
Yeah, what's up? I'm Chev.
You kind of look like Tyrion Lannister from Game of Thrones.
I'm Chev. Hey. How's it going?
Yeah, you look like Peter Dinklage.
I'm Lumitami's producer.
Gotcha. I heard Peter Dinklage has a normal size winky. Which I think was really nice that God did that.
The thing I wrote to you guys was each of you needed to share that link with whoever you could get it to, because Paul Unslaved showed up to my house 2 times to say nothing, and the 3rd time he acted like a crying little bitch. And I'm sick of it. So if anybody wants to take up that line where at that point nobody ever says his name, acknowledges him, lets him on their panel, goes to his panel, just all around community ghost him, I'd be down for that experiment.
It's not an experiment, Tommy. It's just
the only way to beat a narcissist.
Well, yeah, it's called Gray Rock and things like that.
No, it's called
so you're right about
Ghost and Ghost Ride the Narc. Ghost Ride the Narc. 433.
I don't know, Tom.
5333.
Maybe you need to take some of your own advice there.
What?
Move on. It's time to move on.
No, you go fuck yourself. I probably will, but I've told everybody for 2 years, yes, you move on. I'm doing a thing. And you're obsessed. No, I'm doing a thing.
I know you're doing a thing, but we're all ready for
I don't care what the fuck
2.0.
you're doing.
We're all ready for a Lumitami 2.0, dude.
No, you're
the
getting,
next incarnation.
That's what I'm doing. And now that you said something, now it's like I gotta flip it on you, go back and do my old. You don't ever tell me how to be, what to do. I'm not helping. You're not living up to your potential of what the Z YouTuber could be. But since you,
I know, I agree with you. All I have
Since
to do is look. All I have to do is join you with the globe, and I would be the best anti-flat earther that you could ever imagine.
I think I'm the best anti-player next to, you know, the guy, Professor Dave. And
Oh,
not
he's
that
the
his
best.
not well. I just think he meets my asshole level. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he'll be cool with you. Be like, it's your right. It's a free country to believe it's flat, but it shows our country's education system is in the trash. And then Bill Nye will just be kind of drunk and mean with you. But I like the way Professor Dave's mean. And I even edit him in my stuff to like tone it down. I'm like, I need like half this. So
Well, I
since
may
you and Paul
consider
both
it.
said I'm not a Christian, you want to know why I am a Christian? You can be a Christian too.
I never said you're not a Christian. Who said Provo? You said
No, you and your daddy.
no. I never said that. I just said I'm actually, ironically, a better Christian than you are. That's all.
And that's how you're not.
You know, like I didn't pull your Christian status, but I'm just claiming mine's greater, plain and simple.
You're pulling a flow state. There is no greater. That's how you Christian. Like you guys keep setting because you're conditioned by report cards and resumes. You keep doing this. I'm better Christian. I'm better Christian. Even though in the terms flow state thinks I would win if that was a thing, but no, there is no way to be except by the grace of God. So the actions are nothing. You're not getting yourself to heaven by your actions. The actions are just because you are a Christian and those are the actions you want to do. But it's only the faith on the JC. Only that. Not your works, not your repentance. You're always going to fuck up. God doesn't. If you would stop fucking up, you would be God. So you'll always be fucking up until you die. You can't not fuck up. You just have to repent and believe on the Lamb. But you can't not
That's
fuck
pretty
up
convenient, though.
or
It's
you
kind
would
of
be
like you could
Jesus.
just do whatever you want and then just repent and
No,
everything's fine.
no, you don't get to do that. Those aren't forgiven. Whenever you're like, I'm going to go out and shank this guy and take his money, you don't get forgiven for that. You get forgiven for the stuff that you slip up on.
All right, I got
Because
to move on with my show,
you'd
Tom. I
be
have to move
living.
on. This was just an
Jay-Z is probably
appetizer.
driving me
This
nuts.
isn't like, oh, it's the Tommy show now.
Okay, one more thing. I found the passage in the Bible where Jesus explains what to do about digital currency and the mark of the beast.
Yeah, what did he say? Can you reference it?
Sell or give away all your stuff and feed the poor.
Tommy, everybody. Not bad, Tom. Not a bad ending there. Give rid of your shit and feed the poor. Seems like a pretty good way to live. I can't ask Tommy anything now. He's gone. We have to move on. We just have to. But much love. Who's with me? Who's ready for Tommy 2.0 version? I'm sorry, Tom. You're gonna like, play this whole thing where because I said it now, you're gonna double down on the original Tommy, but we want to see where the Tommy story leads us all. You know, you're presenting a short story, like a novella, so to speak. But we want to see the grand epic version of the Tommy life. We want to see like the sprawling, large scale anthology of Tommy, the life and times of Tommy. We're all in for like the full thing. Like, don't judge me. She's in on it. She's in for the ride. She could become a main character, Tom. As she gets more and more adventurous, don't judge me. As she continues to shake off the shackles that she's been under for years now, trying to play the good girl, as she plays the role of the desperate housewife, you can incorporate her into the whole Tommy story. She seems ready and willing. Sean Alke asked the important question here: is Tommy 2.0 still Globetard? Almost everybody's a Globetard, Sean. I'm realizing that if I limit my life to like non-Globetards, that's a very small world to be in. Especially my sexual life. I have to open my life up to I have to open my life up to, normie Globetard people. And I'm okay with it. People think that like I've regressed or something, or I'm in some way like a Luddite or uncouth, base, but it's the opposite. I've actually advanced spiritually, intellectually, emotionally to the point where I'm able to keep like the whole romantic, sexual, intimate relationships in my life. I can keep them in their own lane in a certain box. I don't need, like I said earlier, I don't need the all encompassing, engrossing, you know, twin flame bullshit in my life. I don't need that. I can segment certain things, and I'm willing to segment that, which is comforting for me. It's more expansive, less limiting. I'm all right with that. I'm just saying. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Illumitami has a character on his show called Gay Z. You could put the pieces together. The title kind of speaks for itself regarding the content of Gay Z. It's not hard to make Gay Z. I sing show tunes pretty much every night. And many people will be happy to know that I have on tap in a few short moments the release of Nathan Sanders' brand new song. That's right, hot off the presses, in honor of his birthday. Apparently, today's Mr. Nathan Sanders' birthday. So we salute you, Mr. Sanders. We honor you, and we speak your name, good sir. Treetop, I don't know who you are, but you might be in the wrong saloon. We'll see how you pan out. I'm just letting you know. This may not be the right saloon for you. So if you start getting that feeling that you're kind of getting side eye from people, Treetop, and nobody really wants to engage with you, and the bartender doesn't really want to serve you and stuff, you're in the wrong saloon potentially, Mr. Treetop. I don't know. I'm just saying. Yeah. We're just letting you know, Treetop, so you can have the proper expectations. If you're kind of getting that, like remember the Forrest Gump vibe when he was a kid and he got on the bus for the first time, you know, seats taken, seats taken. Yeah, you might not find a seat here, Treetop. I don't know if there's going to be any young Jennies to basically open her kind heart up and give you a place to rest your weary soul. And then Treetop says, "Poor Z, you need to turn your zombie crowd against you to feel better." No, I'll just ban you. And then you'll come in on a sock account and I'll ban that one. I'll make it easy. Bye, Treetop. You can go find another saloon, whoever you are. Nobody cares about you. At least not here. Trust me. Hey, look who just popped in, Mr. Thunder Chicken. Is this the real Thunder Chicken? How do we know it's the real Thunder Chicken? Thunder Chicken, tell us something only you would know. Give us some inclination that it's really you. Apparently, Mr. Thunder Chicken, longtime friend of the show, was incarcerated on minor charge. So either he's out or he's confiscated, or he's basically in some way smuggled in a smartphone. And then you just said microgreens grow best under blue light. That's correct. They're non-flowering plants, so the blue light spectrum is more appropriate than the red. Interesting tidbit, Mr. Thunder Chicken. So I guess that is you. Confirmed, signed, sealed, and delivered. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Oh, I have a surprise guest in the back. Welcome back to the show, Mr. Nachiketa.
What's going on, Z? How's it going?
Hey, Nach. What's poppin', man?
Not much. Just stopped by to say hello. How you been?
Fairly well, man. Fairly well. I know. What time is it where you are?
It's almost 4:44 in the morning. My schedule
Wow.
is completely fucked these days.
Well, I'm sure because I've noticed you've had some pretty cool interviews on your channel and panels and stuff. And how's that working out with you? Trying to coordinate with people here, in the States and even like UK people. That's got to be tough for you, man, to like coordinate from where you are, which is basically, I don't know, like Asia somewhere in India. What's that been like?
It's okay. I mean, it's just I'm okay with it. It's not really a big deal, but yeah, we have people from Australia and Europe and America, so you have to kind of schedule things around, but things work out. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, man. Cool, dude. Cool. I saw you interviewed one Mr. Crow 777 recently. He was also on my show. As I'm sure you know, he's doing the rounds right now to certain select content creators. And both you and I were on the docket for Mr. Crow 777. It was a great experience for me, man. It was cool. I know you had discussions with him before. I'm pretty sure you were on his show. How was it? How was it interviewing Crow, dude? Did you get to ask him like certain things that maybe were kind of burning questions for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was great opportunity. I was a little bit choked up. Crow is a celebrity figure for us, right? And a big guy, but Rose hooked us up, and it was a great opportunity to get to know him a little bit better, get to know where he's from. I knew from before that he was adopted, like myself, but I wanted to get more details about his younger life. So that was good to just get him to open up and talk about some of his experiences. So I had a good time. I hope to speak to him again. And I heard your interview with him, and you had Jason on at the same time, so that was really cool.
Yeah, I had both of them. Which was interesting, kind of bouncing back and forth and doing that whole thing. But I see what you're saying. Like when you're interviewing Crow and being on that side of it, and it's that Crow voice, and you're like communicating with him actively, which is interesting. So somebody said, what's the deal with Crow crew showing up all over recently? He's kind of doing the rounds because based off my information, he has he invested in a new telescope, a solar telescope, and he is going to be moving into some research, observations, things like that in the very near future, and he's going to be so expanding kind of his content in certain ways. And I think his people being Rose, the ultimate, I call Rose the black hand that moves everything in the shadows. I guess Rose decided it was time for Crow to get out there and just kind of remind everybody, what's going on. So that's kind of my impression. He's like doing like a tour, which I like that he's doing that, because you notice this with certain people of varying degrees of celebrity, is that, with some degree of frequency, they go out and they kind of do, promos or like press tours, kind of like Crow's doing that, like on this level. I thought it was good, man. It gets him back in touch with maybe a little bit of a younger crowd, so to speak, a newer crowd, and reminds people who maybe are aware of Crow that he's still here doing his thing. So I think it's great, Notch, that he's out kind of
Absolutely
doing the circuit.
I mean, I was telling, like Rose, that I'm just a small fry, and, I'm very appreciative that even Crow has, graced us with his presence. And I think he just likes this kind of grassroots type of quote unquote truth movement. And, he mentioned over at my channel, that he would rather be over at my channel and your channel and other smaller channels rather than on Joe Rogan or other like popular channels like that. So I have a lot of respect for that, and I think he really wants to, like, for me, like, I have like less than like 700 subs or around there. And yes, it's been growing or whatever, but like, we want to stick to the truth as far as we know it. And truth as we know it is not really conducive to the public environment that much. You're not going to, I mean, especially now and at this time and this age, I think the expectation of you're going to like take off and have millions of followers being a quote unquote true earther or flat earther is probably not really realistic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And that kind of is an endearing thing about Crow, is that he kind of wants to keep it real, and he wants to, like you said, stick to the grassroots thing. But if he goes on a bunch of these kind of like smaller and moderate channels, then that adds up over time, and it kind of lends to his street credibility. And again, it kind of like, at this point, he can probably just ride off of his past successes and maintain his audience, and then continue to do and grow in his work with his current audience. But I'd imagine, like any content creator, he wants to branch out. You want your stuff to be heard by as many people as possible. And I agree with what you said, man, is that in this day and age, the internet now, and the way the algorithms run and the way the censorship is on these multiple platforms, unless you're kind of, in their little club, you're not going to get the promotion. It doesn't have that grassroots aspect anymore. And anybody who wants to do this, and build something from the foundation and build up, has to do so, I think, in an organic way, where you just naturally go out and you gather listeners and people who are interested in your content, network, resonate in certain ways. And, it's going to have to grow like that, because otherwise, Notch, it looks like they've turned all these social media sites, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. It's almost like, handlers come in and you get these companies, they recruit people, and then they just start to push you in the algorithm, and you get plugged in, almost like with these, it's almost like agencies. I've had people tell me that when they've reached a certain level of viewership, they've been contacted, and, people try to come in and they'll present themselves in particular ways and say, oh, I'll help you grow. I'll help you promote your work. And just another form of co-opting information, dude. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that should be expected, really. I mean, like as a big of a lie as flat Earth is, it's not the only lie out there. So they want to keep tabs on everything. They want to control everything. And my perspective of Crow, like, making his rounds and doing a little bit of a tour, I appreciate him. He's has given me, like, some viewers just by his presence. And then, he's also wanting to support smaller channels, like he said. And also, we're kind of all rubbing shoulders with each other. I mean, we know who everybody is within the so-called community, and who is real and who is not, for the most part, as far as I see it, right? And then I think it's a great thing. So it's a little bit of both, yeah, of him going around and giving us his views on things, and it's a great opportunity for me to get to know him a little bit better, and it's good for other people to kind of see the dynamics of different energies, like myself, yourself, and others. Working with Crow, right? And but as far as like pogos, as some people will say, do exist, and then they do want to keep tabs on people. And also, I think there's a real thing about, like, being bribed or being coerced, and all kinds of tactics are there. So it really comes down to is, like, the individual and what they want to go forward with, in terms of principle is concerned.
Yeah, right on. Like Cult of Culture says here, show me anyone presenting the real truth on the Earth-shaped topic. Right, because people get co-opted. That's the best way, is controlled opposition. That's how you do it. You just basically play both sides. And anybody who's a real authentic voice for truth is always basically at risk of being taken over, hijacked in some way, and co-opted. They bring you in. It's one of the tricks of this system. It's how they control things. They play off our base urges, our instinct, our human needs for so many things. And then they just kind of draw you in. They get you to compromise your integrity, principles, values, and morals bit by bit. It doesn't happen all at once. And then you find yourself eventually into a place of no return. Look at the medical system, Nachiketa. Look what happens to these doctors. I often say, people like have the certain mindset about doctors or even politicians, that they're necessarily involved in malice and deception. But typically people get into it with the best of intentions. But then slowly, drip by drip, they basically become fully owned and operated. But it's a stepwise progression towards this, and it doesn't typically happen overnight. And oftentimes you don't know you've crossed the line until you look back, and then you realize, obviously, at some point a line was crossed. Usually at that point, it's too late to go back without losing and compromising everything. It's a strange trick to this world. It's one of the reasons why I think information and true knowledge is so difficult to come by. Maybe it's not supposed to be easy. So, and like somebody called Notch a gatekeeper based off what he was saying, but gatekeeper doesn't have to necessarily be a bad thing. It's only in certain context. We should be gatekeeping each other. So I know, like Notch has me kind of pegged and categorized based off his discernment, just like I have Notch. Notch is basically, I have a certain conception of him in my book, and that's a good thing. And usually, when you look at basically the preponderance of the evidence, people usually have a good discernment. So when I see, okay, I have a certain idea of Rose and a certain idea of Notch, and I see they resonate together. And that tells me something. It tells me something about myself. It tells me something about them. And it gives me an understanding. And it gives me a fulcrum point through which I can use judgment and discernment to basically delineate knowledge from people. Go ahead, Notch, your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you with all this. And, it takes time to get to know people, of course. Another aspect of it is that, we all have our own weaknesses and our own shadow sides that we need to work on. And the truth of the matter is, most people don't really know what that is until it is confronted. and it can be confronted by oneself, or sometimes people are given opportunities or temptations, and they can't manipulate you unless they know that you can be um, coerced in some way. Like, you have to have some desire that they can dangle in front of you, or on the other hand, they can, like, threaten you or blackmail you. So those are the two different types of basic techniques of just trying to entice you in one direction, and that would be more preferable usually. But they don't like to use the stick unless it's needed. But they need to get to know you a little bit about your base desires and instincts. And in order to, I think, in my humble opinion, to overcome all that is to get to know oneself better and understand what your instincts are, and what you crave, and how you can control that and overcome that, so that you cannot be manipulatable. But at the end of the day, yes, we need to discern, we need to judge, and we need to assess whom we can trust and whom we cannot. That's a natural process.
Yeah, and I like what you said there, because that process becomes refined as we refine ourselves. It's really a process of self growth, evolution, spiritually, consciously, mentally. It's an alchemy that takes place within us, and I also agree that it's basically the way one sells out is usually based off their desires. So if one can basically be as pure spiritually as possible and refined spiritually, there's less they can use to leverage you. And I've often said this about me, is that I'm lucky in a way with this endeavor, because I've participated in their cult of culture, their society. I've gone through their education system. I've been a professional in their professional world. I've been accepted into their, I've been accepted into the society that they've created, this modern culture, and I participated and I've been rewarded with the fruits of it. But I also know that I was basically spiritually vacant and inept during that endeavor. And I realized that there's other walks in life that may be a bit more fruitful.
Apologize, I pressed the wrong button. So last thing you were saying is that you were part of it, and then part of the whole system, and you got the education. Go ahead. Sorry, continue.
Right. Well, basically that it wasn't fulfilling, right? And I realized that, okay, well, I've achieved what I set out to achieve based off the desires, the goals that were basically conditioned into me. And I realized it was unfulfilling in so many ways. So that informs my process here, because part of me thinks, Notch, that if I were my younger self engaging in this, I'd probably be more susceptible to this co-opting or this manipulation that people could try to impose, or the desire for certain things, because this is intrinsically valuable for me to come on here and present this. There's rewards in and of itself, the rewards of knowing that people appreciate what I'm doing, they appreciate my time and effort, and they've voiced that. So to me, that's self-fulfilling in so many ways. So then anything that comes from this, whether financially or otherwise, any other metrics of success, are a bonus for me, and would be a natural outgrowth of just my desire to do this, and the fulfillment I get just from doing this. So I kind of count my blessings when it comes to that, knowing that I've gone through everything I needed to go through, and now I could do this with a certain intention that probably in my younger years I was probably not prepared for. And when I look on younger content creators and I see them behaving in certain ways that are dysfunctional and probably very self-defeating, I understand that a lot of that could be chalked up to their youth and an experience. Go ahead, your thoughts.
Well, I mean, obviously we can't go back to the past. We are where we are now, and you have arrived to this point through your personal experiences. And yes, we were all given some image about this is success and this is how you're going to make it in life. And we go through that and then find our disappointments and relationships or professional life. It doesn't matter, and then that gives you another trajectory, and then now what is important, I guess that's up to each individual to um, give their time and attention to the thing that is important to them. But really, knowing the truth and being the truth and sharing the truth is, to me, what God's work is really about, and what, not to promote God and all this kind of stuff, but really that's, what are we here for? What are we here to do, individually and collectively speaking? And why are we so interested in learning about these conspiracies and corruptions and, the lies that's been told to us over and over again? And of course, flat Earth cosmology is one of the big ones out there. It's a tangible lie that we can put our hands on and actually explain to people, that this is absolutely opposite cosmology that they've been, teaching us, and it's not done willy nilly, as we know. So when we start to dissect all these conspiracies, there's a whole lot of them. It's just one, section of it is a big one. It's easy to really get down to, but then there are other conspiracies that we have to also parse through. And then once we put all the pieces together, we start to see a big picture as to who is doing it, why they're doing it, for what purpose, and why are they so intent on spending all their energy and time and attention and, money to give us a wrong perception of reality, right?
Yeah, Notch, right on, dude. I couldn't agree more with that sentiment. All right, man. I'm gonna move on with the show. I'm gonna get started
Right.
and I have a presentation and stuff, dude. It was great talking to you, dude. And I know, like
Yeah.
you said, it's super early in the morning for you, and I'm sure we'll talk more, dude, in the future, man. Keep up the good
Absolutely.
work, man.
Yeah. And thanks for having me on. Thank you, everybody. Love you too, Illumitami. I've been reading some of your comments, and I appreciate you for who you are, and everybody else. So you take care, Z, and then I'll see you around.
All right, Notch. Much love, man. Nachiketa, everybody. Good to hear from Notch. That was a pleasant surprise. Mr. Nachiketa, living in the highlands, the mountains of India, northern India. Beautiful surroundings, peaceful, tranquil. Good vibes all around, man. The cream truly does rise, folks. The cream rises. And link to Notch's channels in the chat. Go give him a sub. You won't be disappointed. All right, everybody, what do you say we get the Airship Z show off the ground? As if we haven't done so already, but we need to do it officially. The Airship Z show. It's my new favorite term. Maybe someday I'll get to have an airship. If we ever bring the airship technology back, I want one. I want to be part of the Airship Z show. I'm just saying. I mean, the airship revolution, if it comes around. All right, guys and dolls, let me get the camera on. Hola, let me adjust it. Greetings, salutations. Hi, everybody. People have been a buzz about my beanie. Why do I wear the beanie? Will I ever change the beanie? Other like questions, which I've answered. The beanie may change. It has changed in the past. But likely there'll always be a headpiece. When I'm doing this, when I'm out and about, like on the street, doing the Z on the street stuff, you may get like a different Z presentation. That's assuming if I plucked all the necessary gray hairs out, as we know now that I do, thanks to Mr. Flow State, who yesterday was wondering, and basically, even more than wondering, he was pretty much suggesting that I dye my beard black, which I do not. I just remove any grays with a tweezer. And even the grays on the top of my head, there's less gray on the top of my head. So I'm not busy plucking my head out. Shadow and Light says, "Are you vain?" Well, it's not necessarily vanity. I mean, if somebody brushes their teeth, are they vain? Or I don't know. Somebody, if you wash your face or comb if you get a haircut, are you vain? I guess that's a matter of basically opinion. It's a subjective thing where vanity begins and ends. I don't get mani and pedis like you, Mr. Flow State, apparently, but I guess it's a question somebody would need to answer on their own. But no, I don't think I'm vain. But some people could disagree. You don't know. Yeah, well, it's good hygiene. Well, it's cutting your hair, good hygiene. It's putting, let's say, product in your hair, good hygiene. I mean, there's a line, right? There's a line. I just don't want to come on here with like all forehead, like I told you guys. I don't have a receding hair. It's just the angle that I'm here. There's a camera right here. It's like right in my face. So it's just too much otherwise, especially because I'm in the dark. So. Official opening commencing now. Good evening, everybody. Greetings and salutations. You found your way back to Z Show. That's right, folks. It is the end of the rainbow, the bottom of the rabbit hole. And as always, we are broadcasting live and in living color around the level, horizontal topographical plane that we call Earth. Much love, everybody. We've already welcomed two wonderful guests, Mr. Lumitami and Mr. Nachiketa. I'm sure we'll welcome more guests later, and we'll have some truthiness in store. As always, it's always a fun time here on Z Show. It's always a range of emotions, which I know a lot of you ladies love, because you just can't have things be calm and tranquil. You always need the emotions. Who's here? Who's here? To the chat we go. Mr. Cult of Culture in the house. Much love. Jay Heighton says Z wants to say good morning. It's going to take time for it to go away. Rose 777, much love. Shadow and Light in the house. Shadow Band, much love. Capricorni, good to see you. Indiscreets. Alumitami, of course. We already talked to him. Much love. Big Drink Tea coming at you. Angela Baby Carson, the lovely. Much love. Mr. RT said, could you move the camera and add some natural light? Where do you want me to start, RT? Where do you want me to move the camera? How would you like the light? What do you want, RT? Where do you want me to go with that? Ruled by Saturn, much love. Somewhere in time in the house. Emilios, man. Good to see you. Don McRun coming at you. Heidi Divine Spark. 313. The lovely Heidi. Dan Triplet. Much love. Bohemoth. Says, I don't give a pluck about going gray. Nice one. I saw what you did there. RH in the house. RH says 40 ton. Fun fact. An airship can carry well over 40 tons. That's quite a lot of weight. Mateo. Much love. Said on the street, Z will be wearing a tinfoil hat instead of a beanie. Much love, RT. I might need some protection out there. Maybe the tinfoil hat will help with that. Who knows? Don Juan DeMarco coming at you. And so many more wonderful, lovely people. Good vibes all around. Positive intent. Good regards. And the like. We're holding it down, everybody. We're holding it down here on Z Show for so many reasons. For so many reasons. All right, so I did say it is Mr. Nathan Sanders' birthday today. Apparently, I just found out and have no reason to doubt that information. So luckily, I am privy to his latest release. As I said, hot off the press. This is the latest squeeze. The kids are going crazy. I'm guaranteeing, without a doubt, this will be the number one song on the Hot 100 list. There's no way it won't be. And you're about to hear it right here on Z Show. Consider yourself lucky, blessed, and privileged that we have this new cut from our good friend Mr. Nathan Sanders. Nathan, take it away, good sir. More Z Show in a few. Don't go anywhere, everybody. Much love. Looking good, Nathan. I'm liking the whole aesthetic, buddy. Loving it, actually.
Hello again. Hello. Just called to say hello. I couldn't sleep at all tonight, and I know it's late, but I couldn't wait. Hello, my friend, hello. Just called to let you know I think about you every night when I'm here alone and you're there at home. Hello.
Maybe it's been crazy, and maybe I'm to blame.
But I put my heart above my head.
We've been through it all, and you love me just the same.
And when you're not there, I just need to hear, hello, my friend, hello. It's good to need you so. It's good to love you like I do. And I feel this way when I hear you say hello. Come on, sing along, everybody.
Hello, my friend. Hello. Just called to let you know I think about you every night, and I know it's late, but I couldn't wait. Hello.
Apocalypse Cabaret.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sanders. And happy born day, good sir. The world hasn't been the same since you've graced us with your presence here in this earthly incarnation. And I assure you, Mr. Nathan Sanders, it surely will not be the same once you're gone. May we loathe the day. Good sir. Good sir. Gorgeous. Resonant. Euphonious. And in so many ways, simply stupendous. But again, there's certain people. And you're one of them, Nathan. People that are endowed with a particular gravitas, a particular sense of emotion, compassion, and empathy. There's certain people who can speak to us in a voice that echoes the wisdom of the ages, where it comes through so effortlessly and natural. You are that man, Mr. Nathan Sanders. And I salute you, good sir. We all salute you. That's right. Tears all around. People shedding tears. Tears of joy. Tears of sorrow. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. No, Sovereign Heidi does not get a wrench. Nobody gets a wrench here. Very strict on the wrenchless policy. I used to do wrenches here, Sovereign Mist. It turned out poorly. For many reasons. Many reasons. Yeah, not a dry eye in the house. Thank you, Don McRon. Exactly. People feel too emboldened with wrenches. It's too much power. You know what they say, power corrupts. Well, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I'm quite certain that if Heidi were to be bestowed a wrench, we would see the corruption ensue. I'm just saying. Yeah. People go crazy with the wrenches. Not everybody can handle such power. It takes a certain grace, a certain sensibility to handle such almost godlike powers. That it's too much for people. It's too much. So we basically got rid of the wrenches. All right, let's get into some stuff. Because I've been getting into some stuff lately that I wanted to share here. Let me pull it up. So, as many of my longtime listeners know, that on Z Show, we endeavored towards all things truthy, truthful, and truthish. We try to cut through the bullshit. We try to cut through the delusions, the dogma, and we try to get down to the true essence of things. What is this reality? Who are we? How do we fit into it? And et cetera, et cetera. So I want to get into a few things here that are related to that specific topic. So let me pull this up. Here we go. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, so lately I've been talking about the mystery schools, secret societies, secret mystical orders, these organizations, these groups of men, I would say men and women, but it is typically men, who basically are aware of and engage in certain types of information. So I want to present that to you guys. What I'm finding as I delve deeper into this understanding is that many of these occult mystery schools have common connections, common foundations, back to certain ancient understandings. Many of them come right through the Egyptian knowledge, culture, and religion. So I'm going to start getting into some of these different mystery schools one by one. We talked a little bit yesterday regarding the Theosophical Society, which was a later secret school from the late 1800s, formed in 1875. We've talked on the show previously about things to do with Mr. Aleister Crowley and his association with the Golden Dawn, and the Hermetic Order. Sovereign says Gnosticism. A lot of it goes back to Gnosticism. Sovereign Gnosticism, Kabbalism, Hermetics. There's a lot of similarities. And again, we're looking at ancient Egypt. Now, Egypt seems to have been the primary curator of the information. It very likely goes back before the Egyptian culture. The Sumerians preceded the Egyptians by thousands of years. Again, if we're going to go by common history, accepted history, we're told about the pre-Diluvian cultures. Atlantis, we talked about the lost land of Lemuria here yesterday. We're told of, again, the figure of Hermes, the Greek god Hermes, associated with Hermes Trismegistus of the Egyptian lineage and pantheon. And that deity or that figure's association with Thoth or Thoth, which would be the Egyptian, and this Thoth figure being the bringer of knowledge from the Atlantean culture through what's called the Emerald Tablets, and again, which was codified later in the Hermetic tradition. Again, as Mr. Sovereign mentioned, you also see this through the Gnostic traditions and the Jewish mystic traditions of Kabbalah and things like that, and things that you find in that rabbinical tradition when the Israelites basically were co-opted into the Babylonian, which is basically a post-Chaldean and post-Sumerian culture. So again, we find that there's a certain core knowledge, some certain basic understandings that seem to have been running through humanity for all recorded history. And in recent times, this post-medieval period, the rise of the humanistic tradition, basically 1400s, 1500s and onward, we see this same knowledge being carried by these mystery schools, these secret societies. When you look into this period, last 500-600 years, one of the original secret orders was the order of the Rosicrucians, or the Rosicrucian order. And I want to get into the Rosicrucians a little bit today. And we're just going to do a Rosicrucian 101. We're not going to delve into, the secret books and the things that exist. We're going to do just the basics on Rosicrucianism. And even this basic understanding is completely fascinating. Well, we're going to find that this Rosicrucian order and their ideology, their symbolism and their beliefs are basically the foundation and precursor beliefs to what many of us know as the Masonic knowledge. Most things Mason stemmed from this Rosicrucian order. Again, this post-medieval period, into this dawn of the Renaissance and the humanistic era, that again carried many of the traditions of the Romans and their ideologies around polytheism, etc., etc. So let's get into it. Let's talk about the Rosicrucians and how it relates to us and how it relates to the past. Because it seems that these types of orders, again, and particularly these Rosicrucians, serve as a bridge, a link from the world of antiquity, the world of the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Hellenistic cultures, which are basically involved with the Jewish traditions and the ancient Israelite traditions, and how we find that underneath there is a syncretism, a synchrony between all the knowledges and all the schools. So let's get into it.
Rosicrucianism, an intricate spiritual and cultural movement.
Let me make this a little, we'll give this guy a little bit of oomph. All right, let's start over.
Rosicrucianism, an intricate spiritual and cultural movement, traces its roots back to the early 17th century Europe and has evolved to manifest itself in various forms in contemporary times. The movement draws its distinct character from an eclectic blend of esoteric wisdom, spanning elements of mysticism, alchemy, Christian Gnosticism, and an array of philosophical and spiritual teachings. The origins of the Rosicrucian order are steeped in mystery, traditionally linked to an...
So again, Gnosticism, Kabbalism, that's the interesting part to me, is that, we find that when you come to these alchemical principles and these understandings that were basically being explored in these periods, again, 14, 15, and 1600s, we find that there's a commonality when you bring in the understandings of the Far East, what's called the Hindu traditions, which is basically the Vedic tradition preceded by the Aryans. You'll see a lot of those types of understandings too, and these secret orders, these highly Vedic understandings. And again, you see these certain commonalities.
To an enigmatic figure named Christian Rosenkreutz. Rather than being viewed as a literal historical figure, Rosenkreutz is often perceived as a symbolic entity. We'll talk about that in more detail later in the video. The term Rosicrucian is derived from rosy cross or rose cross, potent symbols embodying the teachings of the order. The public emergence of Rosicrucianism can be traced to two anonymous manifestos published in the early 17th century, Fama Fraternitatis Rosae Crucis, dated 1610, which translates to the fame of the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross, and Confessio Fraternitatis, or the Confession of the Brotherhood, dated 1615. In 1617, a third anonymous volume was published, The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz. While the first two texts serve as an introduction to the laws and background of Rosicrucianism, The chemical wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz is particularly interesting for another reason. Drenched in profound allegory and symbolism, the story depicts the enigmatic Christian Rosenkreuz being invited to a celestial wedding. This spiritual nuptial ceremony, however, is not of the ordinary sort. It's a chemical wedding, a term that implies a process of alchemical transformation, a symbolic journey of purification and unification, akin to the refinement of base metals into gold in the alchemical.
All right, so he said a lot there. Again, this alchemical wedding, the celestial wedding, and you'll see a lot of these concepts. It's the as above, so below concepts. These concepts of the heavens, the celestial bodies, and how they relate and integrate with our bodies and our reality and the world at large, and how these fundamental principles basically run through everything. And that all these processes can be described as both external and internal process. And that really, if you want to change anything in your world, this is an internal process. And all change really comes from one's inner change.
Alchemical tradition. Throughout the text, Rosenkreuz encounters an array of symbolic characters and undergoes trials, all of which serve as metaphorical representations of the inner transformational journey. His experiences are emblematic of the initiate's path to spiritual enlightenment and the transcending of dualistic consciousness. Thus, the chemical wedding not only paints an allegorical portrait of the alchemical process, but also provides a roadmap for spiritual transformation and illumination. These seminal texts hinted at the existence of a clandestine brotherhood of enlightened minds, guardians of ancient wisdom who were subtly shaping the spiritual evolution of humanity from the shadows. Rosicrucian teachings pivot around concepts of spiritual enlightenment and inner wisdom, with the goal of unraveling the profound mysteries of existence. The emphasis is on comprehending and practicing the metaphysical laws that govern the cosmos. Adherents are encouraged to align their lives with these laws, thereby promoting their personal development and contributing to the collective advancement of humanity. In an era marked by profound turmoil, the enticing promise of spiritual transformation beckoned many, with manifestos stimulating the quest for esoteric wisdom. Esteemed occult philosophers from the 17th century, including the likes of Michael Meyer, Robert Flood, and Thomas Vaughan, exhibited a keen interest in the Rosicrucian worldview. Within his fascinating work, Silentium Post Clamors, written in 1617, Meyer offered an evocative portrayal of Rosicrucianism, tracing its origins to a primordial tradition. He writes, "Our roots reach back to the Egyptian and Brahminic civilizations, intertwining with the profound mysteries of Eleusis and Samothrace. We draw in."
So as he said, their roots reach back to the Egyptian, the Persian, the Magi. That's what we have to understand here. Now, some will contend that the course of human history is actually much shorter in duration than is presented by, again, the classical academia. Many people will even allege that the Middle Ages or the Dark Ages, a period of about 800 years, actually doesn't exist and was added to our time period. So this idea of history, a human history, and a history of Earth that is much shorter than is portrayed, again, through popular academia and pop culture. So again, we find this preservation of knowledge and this synchrony of knowledge from amongst all these diverse cultures.
Draw inspiration from the Persian Magi, the intellectual pursuits of the Pythagoreans, and the enlightened thought of the Arabs. This passage is often used by modern organizations that claim Rosicrucian heritage to strengthen the argument that the Rosicrucian order has its roots in the mystery traditions, philosophy, and myths of ancient Egypt, dating back to approximately 1500 BCE. And while there is no solid ground on which one can stand when making this claim, it can't be denied that the symbolism, principles, and rituals performed by the Rosicrucians draw on those mystical and ancient sources. So, while the institution itself was officially formed in the late 16th or early 17th century, its roots go back much further in history. Throughout medieval Europe, mystical knowledge was often necessarily couched in symbolism or disguised and hidden in the love songs of troubadours, the formularies of alchemists, the symbolical system known as the Kabbalah, and the rituals of orders of knighthood. For example, Francis Thynne, one of the most intriguing figures of the 16th century and an adept alchemist, wrote a series of manuscripts that could serve as landmarks for Rosicrucian history. Thynne's fascination with the occult becomes prominently discernible in his treatise Homo Animal Social, a manuscript dated the 20th of October, 1578. In it, he explores topics like Egyptian hieroglyphics and the Druids, He delves into the intricacies of notes, signs, tokens, characters, or voice signs that delineate general differences in sounds. Thin exhibits an obvious enthusiasm for Kabbalah, lamenting the loss of what he considers the most profound knowledge, echoing the sentiments of the learned Kabbalist Mr. D, the author of Monas Hieroglyphica. Thin recounts how Hebrew letters remained unwritten until the time of Adam's descendants, who, before the Great Flood, were custodians of this knowledge. Citing Josephus, Thin suggests that the descendants of Seth etched their knowledge of celestial phenomena onto pillars. Furthermore, Thin makes a veiled reference to the chaotic kingdom of traitors at the Tower of Babel. Here he critiques the Masons whose poor construction skills led to their downfall, symbolized by their loss of the original pure language. Thin also wrote a number of poems around the year 1600, which describe the early days of the forming of a secret society at a Rose Tavern. But I digress. Suffice it to say that, if one so desires to go down the rabbit hole, he could find many hints in many works of that time referring to a mysterious order that has a rose on a cross as its symbol.
A mysterious order that has a rose on their cross as a symbol. So that's their symbol there. Again, combining the writings, thoughts, and ideologies of such diverse cultures throughout time and all across the world. You know, again, and the understanding of the importance of of Kabbalah and the Kabbalistic tradition on some of these ancient understandings and how they play into it. You know, we're starting to see an insight into the knowledge that the elites have kept, the knowledge that they seem to be very well aware of. And as we get into this, you're going to see how powerful many of the things are that they believe in terms of human conscious evolution, spiritual evolution, spiritual development, intellectual development, and even the evolution of mankind as a whole.
Outlined in the manifestos is typically understood symbolically, as was customary with all Hermetic and alchemical texts during that period. The texts do not expressly mention the birth and death years of Christian Rosenkreuz. However, a pair of statements in the second manifesto suggests the year 1378 as the birth year of our Christian father. As mentioned earlier, according to the story, he lived to be 106, indicating his death in 1484. The establishment of the order is similarly inferred to have taken place around 1407. Yet these numbers and the derived years aren't interpreted literally by many occultism scholars. They perceive them as symbolic and allegorical cues intended for those who are initiated. This interpretation draws its rationale from the manifestos themselves. On one side, the Rosicrucians evidently embraced the Pythagorean tradition of visualizing objects and ideas numerically, as indicated in the manifestos. On the other, they plainly state, "We speak unto you by parables, but would willingly bring you to the right, simple, easy, and ingenuous exposition, understanding, declaration, and knowledge of all secrets." For example, the tomb of CRC is described in the Fama Fraternitatis as a 7-sided vault. On each of its 7 walls, there are inscribed 10 symbols or figures. They are neither described nor explained in the Fama Fraternitatis, but they were later used by the members of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn to develop their symbolism and rituals. In fact, the original grade structure of the Golden Dawn was heavily inspired by Rosicrucianism. The founding members of the Golden Dawn were also Master Masons and members of Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia. We'll dive into that in another video, so make sure you subscribe to the channel. Anyway, the metaphorical nature of these legends lends a nebulous quality to the origins of Rosicrucianism. The opening of Rosenkreuz's tomb is thought to be a way of referring to the cycles in nature and to cosmic events, and as well to the opening of new possibilities for mankind, consequent on the advances of the 16th and early 17th centuries. Similarly, Rosenkreuz's pilgrimage seems to refer to the transmutation steps of the great work. Similar legends may be found in Wolfram von Eschenbach's description of the Holy Grail as the lapis exilis, guarded by the Knights Templar, or in the Philosopher's Stone of the Alchemists, the lapis elixir. Also, Rosenkreuz's crypt, according to the description presented in the legend, is located in the interior of the earth, recalling the alchemical motto vitriol, which stands for Visita Interiora Terrae Rectificando Invenies Occultum Lapidem, translating to visit the interior of the earth, and by rectification thou shalt find the hidden stone.
Visit the interior of the earth, and by rectification thou shalt find the hidden stone. And again, this is represented by the acronym vitriol when presented in Latin. But what we find as we explore these secret doctrines is that this basically is a metaphor for the journey within. So rather than going into the earth, you're basically going within yourself. And by rectification, thou shalt find the hidden stone, the so-called philosopher's stone. And this is the alchemical transformation that they claim runs throughout basically all facets of reality. And that's one of the big teachings of these secret doctrines, is that the principles that govern you are the same principles that govern everything else. Again, it's called the principle of correspondence, as above, so below, as within, so without. It's the same ethos, the same logos. So you are no different than the world around you. And indeed, this very earth, this very realm is no different than your actual physical body in a real way, that you represent and you are represented in the world around you. Not metaphorically, not allegorically, but literally.
Its meaning is the following. Visit the interior of the earth represents the call to introspection and self-examination. The earth represents oneself or one's interior life, including the unconscious mind. The process urges one to delve deep into their own psyche to understand their true nature, thoughts, desires, and fears. Rectifying suggests the process of correction or purification. Once a thorough self-examination has been undertaken, the next step in the process is to purify oneself or to rectify errors, weaknesses, or flaws. This can involve various personal growth processes, moral improvements, and spiritual disciplines. In Veni's occultum lapidem translates to, you will find the hidden stone. This represents the end goal of the alchemical process, achieving the philosopher's stone, which here represents self-realization, enlightenment.
Imagine hosting
Formation. This might be compared to achieving a state of wisdom, peace, or understanding, in which one has transcended base desires, compared to base metals in literal alchemy, and achieved a state of higher consciousness or spiritual purity, compared to gold. So, the Rosicrucians were also adept practitioners of spiritual alchemy, and not only that, they also left an indelible mark on Freemasonry. In fact, two Rosicrucian-inspired Masonic rites emerged toward the end of the 18th century. The rectified Scottish rite, widespread in Central Europe where there was a strong presence of the Golden and Rosy Cross, and the ancient and accepted Scottish rite, first practiced in France, in which the 18th degree is called Knight of the Rose Cross. According to Manly P. Hall, the secret doctrine that flows through Freemasonic symbols, and to whose perpetuation the invisible Masonic body is consecrated, has its source in three ancient and exalted orders. The first is the Dionysiac Artificers, the second the Roman Collegia, and the third, the Arabian Rosicrucians. In his book, Lectures on Ancient Philosophy and Introduction to the Study and Application of Rational Procedure, the Venerable Hall writes, the mysteries of Egypt and Persia that had found a haven in the Arabian desert reached Europe by way of the Knights Templars and the Rosicrucians. The Temple of the Rose Cross at Damascus had preserved the secret philosophy of Sharon's rose. The Druses of Lebanon still retain the mysticism of ancient Syria, and the dervishes, as they lean on their carved and crotched sticks, still meditate upon the secret instruction perpetuated from the days of the four caliphs. From the far places of Iraq and the hidden retreats of the Sufi mystics, the ancient wisdom thus found its way into Europe. Several initiated Rosicrucians were brought from the mainland to England, where they remained for a considerable time designing the symbolism of Freemasonry and incorporating into the rituals of the order the same divine principles and philosophy that had formed the inner doctrine of all great secret societies from the time of the Eleusinian in Greece. In fact, the Eleusinian mysteries themselves continued in Christendom until the 6th century after Christ, after which they passed into the custody of the Arabians, as attested by the presence of Masonic symbols and figures upon early Mohammedan monuments. The adepts brought over from the continent to sit in council with the English philosophers were initiates of the Arabian rites, and thus through them the mysteries were ultimately returned to Christendom. Upon completion of the bylaws of the new fraternity, the initiates retired again into Central Europe, leaving a group of disciples to develop the outer organization, which was to function as a sort of screen to conceal the activities of the esoteric order. Such, in brief, is the story to be pieced together from the fragmentary bits of evidence available. The whole structure of Freemasonry is founded upon the activities of this secret society of Central European adepts, whom the studious Mason will find to be the definite link between the modern craft and the ancient wisdom. The outer body of Masonic philosophy was merely the veil of this Kabbalistic order, whose members were the custodians of the true arcanum. Does this inner and secret brotherhood of initiates still exist independent of the Freemasonic order? Evidence points to the fact that it does, for these august adepts are the actual preservers of those secret operative processes of the Greeks, whereby the illumination and completion of the individual is effected. They are the veritable guardians of the lost word, the keepers of the inner mystery, and the mason who searches for and discovers them is rewarded beyond all mortal estimation.
All right, so this to me is absolutely fascinating. This idea that when we look at Freemasonry and the Masonic order, it seems to be an amalgamation of multiple prior pre-existing secret societies. It seems as though Masonry and Freemasonry was a coalescence of many of these older esoteric orders. Primarily, seemingly, this Rosicrucian order, which to me is completely fascinating. And it tells us so much about, who these people are, what they're hiding, why they're hiding it. And they're linked to our modern society. And it's showing us that this world is not what many people think it is. That this world is much more occulted, mystical, magical, spiritual, and mental than many would like you to believe, especially those in control. Because it signifies and it indicates how absolutely powerful we all are by our very nature. We're imbued with a great power that seems to have been hidden from us. Many people will say, like, well, who am I? I'm a nobody, or I'm nobody special. And turns out that couldn't be further from the truth. Each one of us is divinely special. And it's only through their lies, their indoctrination and propaganda that we think otherwise. They teach us their scientism, their pseudoscience, that basically has everyone convinced that they're insignificant. They're just a cosmic accident. It turns out that's not the story. The ancients knew it. This was known throughout humanity, that each one of us are intimately linked to this whole world around us and to the cosmos by extension. It's fascinating. Let's continue.
Initiation into the Rosicrucian order is not a matter of mere curiosity or ambition. It is a profound spiritual commitment that requires a certain level of spiritual unfoldment. But what does this mean? Spiritual unfoldment refers to the process of inner growth and awakening, the blossoming of the spiritual potential that lies within each one of us. It represents the journey of the soul toward greater wisdom, love, and understanding. The Rosicrucian order, like other mystery schools, recognizes that not everyone is at the same stage on this journey. Each soul is on its unique path, and the pace of spiritual unfoldment varies from person to person. Therefore, the order opens its doors only to those who have reached a stage of spiritual development where they are ready to receive and comprehend its teachings. This does not mean that the Rosicrucian teachings are elitist or exclusive. On the contrary, they affirm the universal potential for spiritual growth within all of us. However, they also acknowledge that the deeper mysteries of life and being, which the order imparts, can be understood and applied effectively only when the individual is spiritually prepared. So, how does one prepare for Rosicrucian initiation? The process is not about accumulating intellectual knowledge or performing certain rituals. The end goal is inner transformation. It involves cultivating virtues such as wisdom, compassion, and humility, expanding one's consciousness, and developing the capacity to perceive and work with spiritual realities. Eligibility for Rosicrucian initiation is about the readiness of the soul. And the soul is ready when one is prepared to delve deeper into the mysteries of existence and take on the responsibilities that come with such knowledge. At its heart, the order is composed of 12 masters gathered around a 13th, who is the invisible head. This configuration is not a mere
12 masters configured around the 13th, who's the invisible head. What's that make you think of?
coincidence or a random choice. It is a reflection of a cosmic principle that we see manifested in various forms throughout the universe. Consider, for instance, the solar system.
A cosmic principle that we see manifested. And he's going to talk about the solar system, but That's just this guy here in 2024 presenting this. But let's think, what has basically 12 masters that basically are all around a 13th secret master, a headmaster? Well, I know there was 12 disciples of the Christ figure, Yeshua or Jesus. So we see that represented there, the 12, and then the 13th being the primary or the ascended master. We also know that there's 12 zodiacal signs, but many who practice the occult mystery knowledge is aware of a 13th zodiacal sign called Ophiuchus or Ophiuchus. Again, you have the 12 with the 13th. That's the hidden master. Many people will recall the story of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, where King Arthur had 12 Knights of the Round Table. Again, you see this same symbolism. Well, it makes me wonder, again, we see the heavens, the celestial bodies, represented right here in the story of humanity and the story of this reality in this world in total. And we can see how, again, these certain principles are represented within and without everything. And again, you can look at this, the idea of the Christ figure, the idea of the Camelot, King Arthur story, again, as alchemical principles, as an alchemical transmutation. What else is the story of Christ other than a transmutation of consciousness? By taking something that's base and transmuting it into something that's precious. Basically, the idea that Christ, as the elixir, will transmute base man into the kingdom of heaven as the elixir. We see these processes run throughout everything.
We have the sun, a central star, around which revolve the planets. In astrology, we have the zodiac, a circle of 12 signs revolving around the Earth. In both cases, we see the principle of the one and the many, the center and the periphery, the visible and the invisible. This is the same principle that is embodied in the structure of the Rosicrucian order. This cosmic relationship is not only about numbers or geometry. It is about the interplay of forces, the balance of energies, and the harmony of elements. It is about unity in diversity, the many becoming one and the one manifesting as many. It is about the dance of creation, where each part plays a unique role, yet all parts are interconnected and interdependent. In the Rosicrucian order, this cosmic relationship is lived and experienced. The 12 members, each with their unique responsibilities, work together under the guidance of the invisible 13. They form a dynamic, living organism, a microcosm of the universe. Through their work, they channel spiritual forces, contributing to the evolution of humanity. Humans should not see themselves as isolated individuals, but as integral parts of a greater whole. This way, we learn to live in harmony with the cosmic laws, to align ourselves with the rhythms of the universe, and to fulfill our unique role in the grand scheme of things. Just as the 12 members of the order gather around the 13th, the 12 essential functions or faculties of the human being are centered around the 13th, the self, the indwelling spirit. The structure of the order is dynamic, not static. While some confuse it with hierarchical organization, the order acts in fact as a living organism. The members of the order, visible and invisible, are continually engaged in spiritual work, both within the order and in the world. Thus, the structure of the Rosicrucian order is a manifestation of cosmic law and harmony. It serves as a model of how individuals can work together under the guidance of spiritual wisdom to achieve a common purpose, contributing to the greater good of all. Among the visible members of the order, there are 7 brothers who at times go out into the world and perform whatever work may be necessary to advance the people among whom they serve. These brothers are like the rays of the sun, bringing light and warmth, wisdom and love to the world. They are the active, outgoing aspect of the order, engaging with the world, serving humanity, and contributing to the evolution of consciousness. In contrast, there are 5 members who are never seen outside the temple. They work with and teach those alone who have passed through certain stages of spiritual unfoldment and are able to visit the temple in their spiritual bodies. These members represent the inward, contemplative aspect of the order. They are like the roots of a tree, hidden from sight, yet providing nourishment and stability. They delve deep into the mysteries of existence, cultivate spiritual wisdom, and share this wisdom with those who are ready to receive it. In essence, the diverse roles within the Rosicrucian order serve a common purpose: the evolution of consciousness, the unfoldment of spiritual potential, and the realization of the self. Each role, whether visible or invisible, active or contemplative, is vital to the work of the order and contributes to the grand symphony of the cosmos. Initiation is a term that is often misunderstood. It is associated with secret rituals, esoteric knowledge, and exclusive societies, which is understandable considering the etymology of the word. But in the context of Rosicrucianism, initiation has a deeper and more profound meaning. Remember, being a Rosicrucian is not about holding a title or a position. It is not about what one knows, but about what one is, about one's state of consciousness, one's way of being in the world. At its core, being a Rosicrucian requires one to embody the principles and values of the order by living in harmony with the cosmic laws and serving the greater good of all. In this context, initiation is not an end in itself, but a means to an end. It is a process, a journey, not a destination. It is a path of continuous learning, growth, and transformation, a path that leads to the realization of the self, the awakening to our true nature, our divine essence. With that being said, the journey into the mysteries of the Rosicrucians begins with the first initiation. This is a significant milestone on the spiritual path, marking the transition from the outer world of appearances to the inner world of realities. But what does this initiation involve? It involves learning to visit the temple in one's spiritual body. This is not a physical journey, but a spiritual one. It is not about moving in space, but in consciousness. The first initiation is a profound experience that opens new horizons of perception and understanding. It is like opening a door to a new world, a world that has always been there, yet remained unseen until it was made conscious. This spiritual world is not separate from the physical world we know. It is its inner dimension, its spiritual counterpart. It is the world of causes, from which the physical world of effects emerges. The ability to visit the temple in one's spirit.
The spiritual world is the world of causes, from which the physical, which is the effect, emerges. To me, that's such a profound understanding, is that each and everything that exists physically pre-exists spiritually and mentally, informs in the ideal, and then is expressed here in this material world. I can't emphasize that enough, this understanding of the different tiers, the different dimensions of reality, and how things must exist first in a higher plane before they can be expressed here.
Spiritual body is not a supernatural power or a special privilege. It is a natural capacity of the human being, a capacity that lies dormant in most of us, waiting to be awakened. The first initiation culminates with the discovery of this capacity, teaching one to use his spiritual senses and to expand his consciousness beyond the limits of the physical. However, the first initiation does not make one a Rosicrucian. It is merely the beginning of the journey, the first step on the path. It is like being admitted to a school. Admission does not make one a scholar. It simply provides the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to unfold one's potential. The real work begins after admission, and it requires dedication, effort, and perseverance. The first initiation into the Rosicrucian order essentially awakens one to the spiritual dimension of existence, embarking them on the journey from the outer to the inner, from the visible to the invisible, from the known to the unknown. This is where the adventure of self-discovery begins. The Rosicrucian order, in its profound wisdom, teaches that the universe is not just what we see with our physical eyes. There is more to existence than the visible spectrum of light. Just as there are sounds that our ears cannot hear, there are colors that our eyes cannot see.
There's more to existence than the physical spectrum of light. Again, profound. This idea that, there's an aspect to this world that exists beyond our senses. We just simply have no perception of them. We see light because we have the acuity to do so via our visual system. Light is simply a bandwidth along a large electromagnetic spectrum. And there's the great majority of electromagnetic energy that exists is beyond our visual acuity. But it exists nonetheless. We just can't sense it with our natural perceptual abilities. Microwaves exist. We know they exist. We can demonstrate microwaves. We can't see them. Otherwise, radio waves, gamma rays. This is all electrostatic energy, electromagnetism. But all we see is the very narrow bandwidth that we call light. So they're using this as an analogy to the world at large. This idea that there's things, entities, spirits, apparitions, energies, deities that exist all around us, strange entities that are personified. We're just unawares. The ancients seem to have known this naturally. Again, the mystery schools knew it. This isn't what they presented to us in their religions and, again, their pseudoscience and their scientism.
These are the invisible colors of the spectrum, the spiritual dimensions of existence. As mentioned earlier in the Rosicrucian teachings, the visible and the invisible are not separate realms, but different aspects of the same reality. They are like the two sides of a coin, the two poles of a magnet, the two wings of a bird. The visible is the manifestation of the invisible, the effect of its cause, and the body of its spirit. This understanding is reflected in the structure of the Rosicrucian order, with its 12 visible members and one invisible head. The spectrum of spiritual sight is often misunderstood as seeing ghosts or having visions. In reality, it involves expanding our consciousness, awakening to the deeper realities of existence, and seeing the world with the eyes of the spirit. The spectrum of spiritual sight is about seeing the world as it truly is, not as it appears to be or as we want it to be. It trains one to see the invisible within the visible, the spirit within the matter, the divine within the human, to see the universe through a lens of love, wisdom, and understanding, through the eyes of the spirit. The teachings of the Rosicrucians are not dogmas to be accepted blindly, but principles to be understood, experienced, and lived. They are like signposts on the spiritual path, guiding the seeker towards the realization of the self, the awakening to the reality of the divine. Here are some of the most important that you need to study on your journey. The science of life and being. This is not a science in the conventional sense based on empirical observation and logical reasoning. It is a spiritual science based on inner experience and intuitive insight. It is a science of the soul, exploring the mysteries of existence, the nature of the self, and the laws of the cosmos. Another key teaching of the Rosicrucian order is the principle of unity in diversity. This principle recognizes that the universe is a manifestation of a single reality, a single principle, a single being. Despite the apparent diversity and multiplicity of the world, there is an underlying unity, a common essence, and a divine presence in all things. The Rosicrucian teachings also emphasize the importance of service, of contributing to the greater good of all. Because of this, the teachings of the Rosicrucians focus on becoming a conscious co-creator in the grand symphony of the cosmos. Every human has a role to play in the grand universal theater. The path of the Rosicrucian is not a straight line, but a spiral. It involves cycles of learning and unlearning, growth and regression, expansion and contraction. It is a journey of constant change and evolution, a dance of light and shadow, a play of form and formlessness. 3. The universal nature of spiritual truth. This teaching emphasizes the universal nature of spiritual truth and the divine essence present in all religions. It suggests that all religions are blessed and have been sent by God to provide relief from sorrow, sin, and strife. This passage from the book The Rosicrucian Mysteries by Max Heindel highlights the unity of spiritual truth, suggesting that the universal spirit is present in all churches, not just one. God sent are all religions blessed, and Christ the way, the truth, and life to give the heavy-laden rest and peace from sorrow, sin, and strife. At his request, the universal spirit came to all the churches, not to one alone. On Pentecostal morn, a tongue of flame round each apostle as a halo shone. Since then, as vultures ravenous with greed, we oft have battled for an empty name, and sought by dogma, edict, creed, to send each other to the flame. However, it criticizes the human tendency to fight over religious differences, suggesting that such conflicts are often over superficial matters rather than the core spiritual truths that all religions share. 4. The divine word or logos. This key teaching discusses the concept of the divine word or logos, which is seen as a primal fact of existence. It suggests that everything in existence has come into being through this divine word, and nothing exists apart from it. The word is associated with thought and is seen as being with God in the primal state of existence. This lesson emphasizes the creative power of the divine word and its role in bringing about the diversity of forms in the universe. 5. Creation from an ever-existing essence. This idea challenges the belief that the Bible supports creation ex nihilo, or creation from nothing. It argues that both the Bible, specifically the Hebrew text, and the Rosicrucian teachings propose that everything in existence was created from an ever-existing essence or primordial substance. This suggests a view of creation as more of a transformation or evolution of pre-existing substance rather than creation from absolute nothingness. 6. The journey of the human spirit. This passage describes the journey of the human spirit through the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. It emphasizes the role of immutable law in governing this journey and the loving guidance provided by divine beings. This teaching underscores the cyclical nature of existence and the ongoing process of spiritual growth and evolution.
All right, everybody. Crazy, insane stuff with these mystical schools, and that's just scratching the iceberg. But I wanted to present the Rosicrucians because when we talk about, let's say, these modern times, like at least Renaissance onward, we find that this Rosicrucian order was one of the oldest. And I cut a lot of stuff out there. Links with Sir Francis Bacon as one of the possible founders. Many of us know his role in, the Shakespearean world and in association with the basically the Protestant Bible, the King James Bible. Links to John Dee, the Royal Society. If many people know the idea of the Royal Society, which was instituted in, I think, 1660. And again, this Rosicrucian order looks like it was from the, the 1500s, the 14 and 1500s. So we see a few centuries later this Royal Society, where they basically got together and they started instituting what I think is the deception of modern scientism. Well, this Rosicrucian order precedes all of them, again, by centuries. There's so many ways to look at it. So, again, I'm not afraid of this knowledge, and I don't just pass this knowledge off as evil doing, demon worshiping. I think that's a psyop. I think that's a mistake to do so. Many people of particularly a Christian mindset, doctrine-believing Christian mindset, will often present that to me, that this is demonic, this type of information, and they're basically just laying out a certain type of, again, what we would consider satanic or Luciferian doctrine. But again, I think that's too simple. To me, what it really is a collection of the various knowledge from multiple cultures throughout antiquity. There seems to have been these orders of men who were very intent on preserving this knowledge in spite of any attempts to suppress it. All right, everybody, much love. So links in the chat. I already have guests rolling in. Please hold if you're in the back. We want to give people time to come up. Much love, everybody. Thanks for being here. As you see on screen, the link to join is in the chat. Like I was talking to a couple people, like Mr. Stinky Cash or Mr. 1-to-1. This is always a great opportunity. Hit the link. You come up. We can have a conversation. And, if you guys want to have an interaction with me past that, well, we can talk about it. Yeah, we say that. Like, people just ask me, Z, where's your email? I'm very easy to find, guys. I'm right here each and every weekday night. Like, very exposed. Everything's out here. It's not hard. People just want to make things hard for some reason all the time. It's like, I'm trying to get everybody. I'm trying to break everybody out of their well-worn habits and their well-worn ways. It's not as difficult as everybody likes to make it seem, or that people often will make it seem. All right, so like I said, links in the chat. Let's give people who are so inclined time to come up here. Like I said, for anybody already in the back, thanks for coming up. I'll be with you shortly. And we're just going to take a brief musical interlude before we move into the open panel portion. Again, much love, everybody. And let me get it up here in the back. And as always, peace and blessings. Or like our friend Jesse Howe says, blessings. Wonder if I should incorporate that, the blessings as opposed to blessings. Mr. Jesse also calls the Van Allen belt the Van Halen belt, which I've definitely included into my my lexicon. All right, guys, more Z Show in a few. Come on up, open panel. Much love.
There is a fifth dimension. Beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Where is this place and when is it? The answer is, it doesn't make a difference. In this year or 100 years hence. On this planet or wherever there is human life. Lessons to be learned in the Twilight Zone.
It's as if someone had poured out some kind of drug in the air. Motion, feel, kind of. And now I've been
All of you have just entered the Twilight Zone.
4, 3, 2.
All right, everybody. It is the Twilight Zone, known as Z Show. Known as Z Show. Known as Z Show. No, Uncle Rick, I'm not kidding, dude. It's not my fault you can't figure out your equipment and come up here. Like, I don't know what your deal is, dude. If you're not going to take accountability and responsibility, man, I mean, I don't know where to go with you, dude. Like, am I kidding, dude? Like, what are you talking about, man? Uncle Rick, I'm going to lay it down for you. If you want to keep supporting somebody who's obviously sociopathically and psychopathically, like, hell-bent on destruction of not me, but multiple people and entities, I don't know what to do with you, Uncle Rick. Like, I don't know what your issue is, man. That's on you, dude. We all make decisions, right? Plain and simple, man. I don't know what you don't see with this whole thing, dude. I'm not fucking playing, man. All right, who's here? Like I said, Uncle Rick, dude, you're welcome to come up here and talk to me, man. You pop up every single show in the background, and within 7 seconds, you're off. Your device just disconnects. That's not my problem. All right, who's here? Mr. Harmon's in the back. Good. Harmon could act as my antithesis to this thing, which helps me. You always need an antithesis in life with certain topics. It's one of the reasons I keep that Illuminati around here. I can't just have everybody here and be like, yeah, Z, you're right. The earth is flat. I need somebody to come up here and try to tell me that I'm wrong, because then it could challenge my understandings. Challenge the things that I accept as true. And no, Mateo, I have not made Z stickers yet. Would you buy one, Mr. Mateo? Get in touch with Sean Osborne, random fan. He's got plenty of stickers. All right, that's enough. Let's get to the show. Mr. Harmon, welcome back, good sir.
Did I do it right this time? Audio?
Wow.
I did everything, I think.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Yeah, I think you're good, man.
I did everything I'm supposed to. Yeah, I even shaved for you. I haven't shaved probably in 2 years. I shaved for your show today. There you
Wow,
go.
Harmon. Is it all the ladies that maybe have been buzzing around lately? Is it Lindsay? Is it Sarah? Who did you shave for?
No, I sent you that message on the video. I looked at myself in the replay. Oh my God. I almost don't want to turn my camera on.
Wait a second. Hold on. So you watched a replay of yourself up here on the show, and you didn't like what you saw, so you shaved and you put on a different shirt, apparently.
Yes, and the other one I wore for like 6 days, so it was done.
What do you think about the shaving? That's going to chicks tend to like a more like rustic look on people.
Well, when you're 6'5", that's good enough. They don't seem to bother.
Wait a second. So you're saying your height is basically, well, I guess my point is I don't know. Imagine your 6'5" frame with a big, thick, woolly beard, man. I mean, that might be exactly what you need for these ladies.
No, I've had that before. It just, don't like it. How do you handle it? I can't. I tried that. It's just it's too airy, and it doesn't. When you sleep, how in the heck you sleep with that thing?
It's too airy, huh? All right. Well, here's what I'll say. I sleep on my back. At least I try to. And when I'm not doing my best, Harmon, when I'm maybe going through a rough time, or I'm really tired, or I'm exhausted, or whatever, I sleep on my stomach, which is not good. And you're right, it doesn't go good with the beard. I wake up and everything's just all smashed.
Don't sleep on your stomach, bro. Just advice from homie to homie. Just don't do that.
He says if you get locked up.
Yeah.
Don't sleep on your stomach. Just don't.
I appreciate that, Mr. Snafu, because maybe that's one of the reasons I'm training myself to sleep on my back, is just in case I'm ever incarcerated. I'm one step ahead of the game.
Yeah, Snafu.
I gotta be real. You're worried about your looks. Are you a chick magnet or are you a simp?
Who's he talking to?
He's talking to you, Harmon.
You kind of have a tried square head. I don't know what to do with square-headed people lately, but
anyway, Z, I wanted to apologize.
Anyways, are you a simp yesterday, or are you?
Wait, hold on, Harmon. Take it easy, Harmon.
He's ignoring. Notice he's ignoring the question. I feel simp here. Like I feel he wants to change all this stuff, but it's really in him. He's more of a simp. That's what his issue.
All right, so I
Well,
want to
he-
address this,
he-
Harmon.
He's right. He's 100% right. Man, now my life is complete.
It should
Harmon, I
be.
want to address this because I have seen simp-like qualities with you, and I have brought this up because, like, you're about to apologize to Sarah for some
But you
reason.
haven't heard what for, though.
Ding ding
Hold
ding.
on, I know what for. So that's a simp-like quality right away, and I've
No, it's
seen you
not.
fawn all over these chicks. I'm gonna say Snafu is more than 50% correct in identifying you
I'd
with
say like
simp-like
52.
qualities.
I'd say
But
52%.
he's a boomer, Snafu. It goes with his indoctrination as being like a late stage
Right.
boomer. Is they were like they had the romantic movies and TV and everything was teaching him to be a simp. So I'm glad you brought it up because I think Harmon needs to fight against
the older
this.
people should not be the simps. It's sad that the younger guys like you and I are understanding that the game is the game, and if you're gonna watch out for yourself, you're not gonna be part of that game. But this guy, I just smell it, I see it when he's talking about his appearance, all this. I'm like, dude, it's way past appearance. Your simp mode's activated. I see the Sarah thing. I saw the optics of that.
Who's Sarah? Oh, Sarah, the whatever. That
Oh, who's Sarah? Who's
The one
Sarah?
who you want to apologize to.
Yeah, but I know her by the other name. I don't even remember her.
Why do you want to
That's why I had
apologize to
ask
her?
you.
Why would you have to apologize to her?
Because I watched my show yesterday and I saw that I was completely wrong about the situation of lucid dreaming.
Hold on. Here's the thing, though, Harmon, just to let you off the hook. Our new friend Sarah from Mindful Exposures, she's very difficult to communicate with, man. I found that with her since the first moment. She's scatterbrained. She's, by her own admittance, she's ADHD. She's all over the place and she doesn't focus. She overtalks people. She interrupts. So I'm not going to basically.
I don't know if she's like Danny Lark drinking her menstrual blood or not. There could be possibility of that, Z. I don't know yet. Allegedly, I don't know.
See,
Just,
when people
you know.
talk like that, to me, they're keyboard warriors. You're nothing but a cell warrior. that would get
I'm
your
a
ass
keyboard
kicked in the
warrior.
yard. Yes, you are.
Oh, do you want crew to come say hi to your channel?
Say something.
We'll say
You
hi.
don't say something. You don't say something.
I'll show you more than a keyboard warrior.
You're a keyboard
Hold on,
warrior.
Snafu. You just can't
I will
threaten
show
people's
this
channels
flathead
You're a
square
every
ass
time.
thing.
warrior.
I will show
You
your
are.
simp ass what a keyboard warrior can do.
You are a keyboard warrior. Just like a
You're
cell
gonna
warrior.
be saying
I
that when you're
guarantee
using your
stayed
keyboard
inside
to save your
You
channel.
stayed inside your cell and said,
When you're
You're
trying
an
to save your
asshole.
channel, you're gonna be
Inside
keyboard
your
warrior on
cell.
YouTube.
I know how
When
you guys
you're
are. I
trying to,
see
when you're
you.
dealing
You're a
with your, hey,
dime a
notice Flow
dozen.
State is dealing with
Dime
strikes.
a
Mr. Z.
dozen.
Hey, notice
You're
Mr.
a
Flow
dime a
State dealing with
dozen.
his strike.
You are
Interesting.
dime a dozen.
Hold
No,
on a
I'm not a
second. There's a
dime
lot of
dozen.
other things.
Dime
You're
a
a
dozen.
simp.
Okay.
You're a
probably
fucking simp.
freaking
You're a
penny.
fucking coward. I can tell
You're
you
a
don't get
Hold on,
bitches.
hold on.
Keyboard
Can we calm
warrior.
down?
You're
Keyboard
old
Please
as
warrior.
calm
fuck.
down. Can we calm down?
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on.
I yield.
Hold on.
This guy's a simp, though.
Okay, whether he's not a simp, why do you threaten to attack his channel? He doesn't even really have a channel.
Because
But
he
like,
wants to play keyboard
what-
warriors. It's not attacking. He just better follow policy and guidelines. If he doesn't, he'll learn.
all right,
What's he
Look at
talking
let me ask
about?
you a question. Hold on a
He
second.
doesn't know what keyboard warriors crew. Hashtag
You
truth
are
kill.
a keyboard
You want to
warrior.
know who
All
I'm
right.
about, Mr. Simp? I'll show you what I'm about.
All right, let me ask you some
Better
pointed
follow
questions,
policy and
Snafu.
guidelines.
I better put. What's
right.
he talking about? Policy and guidelines.
He'll find out.
All right,
Don't worry.
well,
Let
I'm
him
going to
find
ask
out.
him.
Don't worry. He want to call me keyboard warrior. Let him find out, Z. He'll find.
You are a
See, he's
keyboard
uneducated
warrior.
to know who I am, or the crew, or the
doesn't-
truth kill.
Oh, whoa.
Snafu,
Flow State's
hold on,
running it right
Snafu.
now.
Snafu,
Snafu, whoa,
you're
Snafu.
gonna alienate every one of my panelists, Snafu.
What
I've
a
had
Well, not
three-
everyone. You've had some good
Snafu,
ones. No,
You
I've
are
had-
fucked up.
Oh my god, I can't even talk. I've had 3 panelists in the last week and a half tell me that they'll no longer come to my show if I entertain Mr. Snafu Snaps.
Oh,
up
boo
here.
hoo. Well, I mean, if you want to be a Nazi, Z, and choose, ultimatums from guests of yours, that's on you. But that's one of the things I do respect. We have respect for each other. We've had our issues, but I do know you're a little different than others. And so if you want to take ultimatums from the coward cupcakes, go ahead. I have a feeling I know who they are.
Kiss
And this-
ass,
I'm a
tear
lot.
down.
I'm a lot
Compliment,
different than
tear
others,
down.
Snafu. Get
Kiss ass, tear
straight.
down. Compliment, tear down. Well, what a real psychological
I
advantage.
didn't tear you down. I called you a simp. if you really took the thing
keyboard
to better
warrior.
yourself and be unsimped, and that would help you, right?
I
How's
was
it
around you
turned
guys
down
for
calling
23
you out
years.
for your issues that fucking probably affect your life and
Keyboard
dating?
warrior.
Can we try to have rational discourse, please? Can we try? All right.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank
Why
you.
is it turned down to call his simp optics out?
Snafu, you're hardcore all day long. Like, Snafu, what's your day when you wake up? Do you drink coffee in the morning, have breakfast? Like,
I've learned from Ian China, sniffing gas is a good thing.
what?
Like Ian China, yeah, no, sniffing gas has become a thing since Ian China, turned me on to it. So I do have a regiment and like a, kind of like you, probably waking up, getting your coffee going, Z, getting your beanie
Right.
on, just getting
Right.
the lint off your beanie, making sure that it matches to your black screen so you look all fresh and shit, and I got a regiment too.
Well, one of my listeners earlier, I think it was Shadow Light, asked me if I was vain. I want to ask Harmon the same thing. Harmon, do you consider it vain that you shaved to come on today, put on a new shirt, and
Never
maybe
crossed my
even
mind.
like cut your hair and trimmed your
See,
yeah.
and that's where the problem is. His simp is even more by doing that shit. Dude, a homeless
Dude,
bum-
not if he
bum
wants
could
to-
get more
dude, he's-
game than you would ketchup on his fucking shirt.
All right, hold
This
on.
guy
I want to get
simp it so hard. I'm
Hold
trying to
on.
help him, educate him
as
here.
much as
I'm
as
trying to
much as
help him.
as much as this is such a high enlightening vibe conversation, I want to ask you a pointed question, Snafu. Yes, Mr. Flow State got a strike on his channel. Can you confirm?
Poor Flo say. He's
Can-
also
can
looking
you-
for my address from Monograph too. Did you hear
Hold
that?
on. Can you
Did
confirm
you hear
or
he's looking for my
deny?
address from
Can you
Monograph?
confirm or deny any connection to that incident?
I could only say he better follow policy and guidelines.
Well, doesn't that go for everybody? That we need to
Yeah.
follow policy and guidelines on YouTube.
Yeah, like this square-headed fucking simp who calls me a keyboard warrior. He better start following policy and guidelines.
What are policy and guidelines?
Well,
It's
maybe
a
if you're a
threat.
creator and have a
When
YouTube
you have
channel,
a
you
shell
know.
of mine, you got it right. He's given a threat. 100%.
Oh,
I said,
no,
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 I'm not
no.
threatening.
What
No,
am
I'm
I
not
threatening?
threatening.
Oh, you're not
You-
following it. You're
Armin.
admitting.
You're
I'm
such
gonna not follow policy
you
and
are
guidelines. So
straight
you're
out
threatening
doing it.
me for not
Oh
following
my
the rules.
goodness. What a girl.
Okay.
What a little
Okay.
girl. What a little
See,
girl.
that's a simp move. What you
You're
just
a
pulled
little
is
girl.
called a simp move.
Whatever,
No wonder you get-
whatever,
No
keyboard
wonder you're a
warrior.
loser, failure.
Keyboard warrior.
Oh my god.
I see
Are
you
you
guys
gonna
all
give
the
him
time.
ultimatum
You
too?
used to get your ass kicked
Yeah.
every day on the
Mhm.
yard.
I used to get my gas
Snafu,
kicked
do you,
every day
Snafu, do you
on
hear
the
what
yard.
Harmon's saying about you?
Well,
Harmon's
you
saying
would-
that
you wouldn't
you were
walk the
a
yard.
punk.
That's
Wait,
what he was.
Say that again.
You were what you are. I can't help it. I mean,
What am
it's all
I?
right. Just accept yourself.
What am I? What am
You
I?
don't want to. You never walked the yard. I guarantee you that.
Oh, I never. How much time did you do in the pen?
23 years.
Okay, I did over a dime.
Oh,
What'd you
aren't
do?
just-
What'd you do? Are you a sexual predator? What'd you do fucking time for? What's your paperwork? No, what? Oh, you laughed. You ain't,
Oh,
what's your
no,
paperwork?
you need
What'd you do
paperwork.
23 years for? Either fucking violence or you're a
Tell him,
sexual
Z.
predator.
Tell him, Z.
What'd you do 20? No, see, now you're avoiding. You probably are a predator. I'm gonna look your records up now.
Go
So we're gonna
ahead.
find out exactly how much time. What did you time at?
You're
Hey,
a
I
true
went in
keyboard
for
warrior. I've
manufacturing
never
hash
seen
oil,
like that.
arson,
Corcoran?
attempted
I
arson,
did it.
that got
Corcoran?
dropped, but mine
Corcoran
was
and
medical
Ironwood?
marijuana shit. I did
Are you
time
listening?
though. I did over a dime.
Well, shame on you.
So no, shame on you, you predator. Now I know you're probably a sex offender, right? Are you
Why are
registered?
you calling him
Oh.
a predator, Snafu?
Well, he's not avoiding my question.
Because
Paperwork.
he's
He
a
knows what
keyboard
time it
warrior.
is. Paperwork,
Keyboard
homie.
warrior.
What'd you do time for?
Snafu,
You want to
Snafu,
bring up
he's
you
not-
did time?
he's
What'd you do
not
time
from
for?
the insane-
I'm giving him the opportunity. Tell everyone.
When
What'd you
did
do
I
time
ever
for?
say I
Snafu,
did
he's
time?
not from the
You
insane
was
You just said
asylum.
you did 23 years.
Yeah, I did.
23 years, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what was your charge? What'd you do time for?
Emilios, man, your microphone's
sexual
fucked up.
assault. I guarantee it's
Emilios.
probably
You gotta
sexual
fix it,
assault.
dude.
I guarantee it's probably sexual case. I guarantee your PC check-in probably. And we're gonna find out now. Now a lot of people are gonna look into who you are, what you're if you really did time or didn't. But see, you're avoiding. You know what time it is because I'm gonna ask you your paperwork inside and outside, and you're just laughing.
Hold on,
You don't
Snafu.
realize that shit
Hold
wouldn't
on.
exist.
Hold on,
He's
Snafu.
avoiding why he did time.
Hold on.
Interesting.
Snafu.
You look
Snafu.
like a fucking simp ass predator.
God, he's so hard. Snafu,
funny.
man. What is with this, dude? This energy that you bring towards people.
Notice he's avoiding the question, Z. Anyone who's done time knows paperwork time. I just had no problem sharing my.
He's not avoiding the question. He told you the other day. You just don't remember. We had this conversation like 7 days ago.
Well, I didn't. What'd you do time for?
You were here. You were here for the convo.
I was not. I don't remember.
You were.
Well,
I remember it. So.
He obviously didn't put impression on my mind.
Why are you always on the attack, Snafu? What's going on in your life that you're constantly like coming at people, dude? What is this?
Well, ask your boy Flow State who's gonna find my address from fucking predators. Because what, he didn't follow policy and guidelines? I mean, Z, when you joined this YouTube thing, you learned that there was a lot more behind the scenes as there is on the scenes. Notice the whole fucking Grace Thorpe zebra thing. A lot of you guys fucking didn't know. And we call these fuckouts for what they are. And notice her screen had the zebras on it. It's way deeper than you guys. I've told you this from day one.
All right, Snafu. Hold on, Snafu. I want you to sum up your thoughts right now and give it to the people, because I'm gonna have to move on, because if I just leave you up here, I'm never gonna have it. You'll just railroad everybody off my panel, and I'll just have to sit up here and talk to myself constantly, which I could do.
No,
you dominate. You kind of suck up all the air in the room, but that's kind of the Snafu thing. I kind of want to
find out what this guy's charges were. What were your charges?
Snafu, look at him. Does he look like a criminal? Let me ask you, Snafu.
When you like a pedo, like fat boy, like a lot of them.
No, when you were in jail, what did the COs look like? Did the COs look like a 6'5" like Danish Viking?
Wait. Is this the CO fuck?
Right, they look like a big 6'5" like Viking looking.
Oh, this is the CO fuck. You're right. I was here.
Like a Midwestern corn-fed guy.
Oh man.
Right.
Okay,
he's law enforcement. Snafu, will you agree with me that law enforcement are technically the biggest simps that there are? And I'm trying to help Harmon with this, because Harmon is very intelligent in a lot of ways, but not in some other ways.
But I remember you. Okay. Now I do remember you. You're right, Z. My apologies.
You didn't yell at me once last time.
No, because you didn't avoid question. You should know more than anyone. When motherfucker says paperwork, you're a CO. You already know what time it is with me. You're fucking playing these games. Come on, that's it.
Acting like a civil warrior.
As a man, you'd be like, homie, I'm a CO.
Cell warrior. Cell warrior.
Okay, but hey, honestly, Z's right. You picked law enforcement probably because it gives you a little power, right? You don't have the power with the women. No, I'm not being mean. I'm just saying. And if you do give power to women, you give power to women that use you.
Oh, you're 100% right. You're right.
I know I'm right.
I know.
Harmon, I don't know if I could really disagree with Snafu on this one. I'm just saying, man. I don't know if I could disagree with Snafu.
Well, you're the one that believes in alchemical and androgynous, so really you agree with that. What does it matter?
Can somebody tell Emilios man his microphone's roboting?
All right, see, I'm going to go, and now I know who you are. Please get the unsimp out of you, dude. I think you can. I'm not going to be, like, I give people a lot of shit. This man has potential to unsimp himself, Z. I feel he does.
Well, I agree with you on that one. I do.
I feel you have some potential, but it's not your clothes.
So, Snafu, he told me the other day that I should get married and have kids. That's what he said I should do.
Yeah. Does he need to get some ringworm to go with that?
I was like,
I'm
man,
sorry, I wasn't listening to you. I was watching the chat.
All right, Snafu, much love, man.
Z, work with this guy. Maybe you could help him unsimp. Dude, unsimp yourself. It's not the shave. It's not the clothes. It's you.
Right, holy crap. Man, what an energy he brings. Holy mackerel. So he didn't deny everybody that it was he that was behind the flow state strike.
He said it was. He alluded to it was.
Yeah, so I mean, Snafu, you know my stance on it, dude. You know, we've gone rounds back and forth. But
well, you know, he was threatening me, so I mean, you know, so what do you do? You know,
I know, like that's the thing. It's like you called him a keyboard warrior, and he went right to. So apparently, Mr. Snafu has like a group. I don't know how many people are in this little organization, the Snafu crew, and they seem to be intent on holding certain people accountable to policy. Here's the thing, Harmon. I've realized with this metaverse is that there's really no controlling it. It's how do you respond to these energies and how do you proceed? Sometimes I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Like,
And when something's true, right? Like something's true, like he's calling me names. Really, it didn't bother me one bit. I call him keyboard warrior, and he went ballistic. Well, something hit home. So that's how it works.
Good point. You should see that, Snafu, is you came up and you were hot towards Harmon. You were basically lobbing missiles, and he threw like a tiny grenade, and then you went right to the nuclear option, man. It's crazy.
Little truth.
Is my mic any better?
No, it's still roboting.
Really? Oh, shit. Okay, sorry. Let me try again.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on. I could try something on my end if you let me try something here. Christy Lee Dolls, weird comment. Christy Lee Doll says flow state deserves to be banned. Flow state deserves to be censored and have his speech squelched. What's the justification on that one, Christy? Because you don't like him? He deserves to be what? Silenced? What is that, Harmon? What is this new mindset that people have where if they don't like people's thoughts and feelings and things, that they just want to silence them? I don't understand it. Whatever happened to like these core values of expression, rights, and liberties?
Yeah, like I don't even want you to ban
right.
Snafu. I mean, he's what he is. I mean, what do you do?
So, Christy Lee Dolls, I'm going to ask again. You said flow state is a hypocrite, but how does that explain that he should be blocked, censored in his YouTube channel, basically struck? I don't. He said he kept blocking me from Jet's chat. Okay. Z, do not start with hypocrisy.
Again.
All right, Christy Lee Dolls just got herself banned from Z Show again. It's funny how it happens. It was a mistake to let you back, Christy. I'm just letting you know. Sayonara.
She's been banned before?
Yeah, she's been banned multiple times. She can't. She's one of these people that just can't. It's what I notice, Harmon, is certain people just have a persistent mindset, and they're very, very set in their ways. They're very entrenched and locked in their ways, and they can't get out of them. They can't. So, yeah.
I was going to say, what I've been learning, I haven't been around this, coming on this much like this at all. So this is all new to me doing like that. But in the chats, even when someone says something, why say something negative? I mean, what good is it going to do? Like, this is your show. You know? Have some respect for your show. That's all I say.
Well, here's the way I look at it. Is I welcome the differing opinions, different views. I don't mind if people throw some tomatoes at me and stuff. It kind of comes with the territory, Snafu. It makes the whole thing, you know, engaging for people. But when people show up here consistently over and over and over again and present the same energy, there's no place for them. I'm not going to deal with that. And Christy Lee Dolls is one of the worst offenders. She can't get out of it. So
what you call it? Like I said, I don't agree with anything you were saying with that alchemical thing. That is about the nutty as a Fruit Loop to me, you know, but whatever. So anyway, because you sat there, if you listen to him, if you go back instead of being hypnotized and like all gaga over this BS, every one of his words is there to try to convince you to you're not worthy enough to join us. We'll have to see if you're worthy enough to join us. You're not quite spiritually. If you're not quite spiritually, you won't be able to join us. Everything he said is key to try to make you want to join him. It's all psychological BS. I caught it 50 times during that little speech of his how you can only get there if you're the special person. You can only be part of this if you're a special person. If you've really humbled yourself and done like, then you can join us. It's like making you want to think be better when you're perfect like you are. You don't need to change. You're good.
Okay, so you're saying that when these mystery schools are presenting their doctrines and things like that, what do you see it as? Just like a Ponzi scheme, just a scam? What do you see?
Just control. Just religion wants to control you. They just want to control you. And I don't know why they want that control. I mean, it must feel good. And probably money comes along eventually within it. You get deep enough, you're going to have to give your property, money, whatever they want from you. But you have to get in there and, oh, I don't need all this anymore. I don't need it. I'll give it to you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We'll make sure it gets good use. I think all those things so far that I've seen come down to they want your money and property.
It's so interesting, Harm. I'm trying to get inside your mindset, and like I'm trying to see how you see the world. And like the things, like Flow State said the other day, like your threshold for things that you accept and things that you reject, and your standards, the standards that you use, which is because what you're basically saying to me, Harmon, is that, you know, when we talk about these mystery schools, you're basically rejecting the knowledge that remains of humanity. It's basically saying, it's basically saying that, okay, there's a collective knowledge that humanity has, let's say, amalgamated and preserved for thousands of years, if we're to take any conception of history. And it appears as though the mindset that you're espousing is just simply disregard all of it because it can't be like, you know, like proven right here, right now, based on certain standards, certain means and mechanisms. So I'm just trying to like get into your mindset and see where you're coming from with this thing, because it just relegate all of like human knowledge to like the dustbin of antiquity as if it's basically worthless. Like, so I mean, I get it. So you're saying on the one end, you're saying, well, these occult religions are just another religion, just a different level of it. And on the other end would be strict adherence to these doctrines and these understandings. But to me, each of those choices are extreme examples of like a false dichotomy and a mindset that's basically extreme. But you don't really give any credence to this knowledge. To me, I'm just wondering if it's just convenient for you to dismiss this knowledge. That way, it's something you don't have to explore. It's something you don't have to address. And you can just remain in your paradigm that maybe you've built, a pendulum that has swung a certain way, that you're actually unwilling to then address these understandings. Go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say on that.
I told you yesterday, I went to 2017 and 18. I read everything and followed everything under that knowledge that they had, all the way till being, you want to be an androgynous being and went like that. And it comes back, if you go to the root of it, it all goes, what I figured out, just me, it's all about sun worshiping. And that's all it's ever been. It's about sun worshiping. It roots down from there, down to the alchemical, and then to the androgynous and the all the Indians. Well, the Indian from in all their temples and stuff. It's been 3 years since I've studied. Wait, 4 years now, almost 5. So yeah, all that stuff led to sun worshiping, human sacrificing, and all their priests and everything were all there to serve Isis and all that stuff. It leads all the way to Isis and all those people. So yeah, you're just like you said, you're just barely touching the surface. It's no different than any other religion to me. It's just the same thing. Just a bunch of man's fabricated BS. And they all get it from looking at the sky. Every religion is from looking at the sky, and they're trying to tell their story and version of what the stars and heavens are. And they write it down, and these other men, oh, you're so smart. You wrote it in a book. You're a genius. That's how I look at it. Sorry.
Interesting. So I hear what you're saying, but in many ways it seems overly simplistic. So you're pinning down an entire course of humanity and mankind and all their religions, their spiritual practices, their mystical practices, all these diverse cultures for thousands of years. And you're basically just saying it's androgyny and sun worship and human sacrifice. And I don't know if we can take the comprehensive knowledge of mankind and basically dismiss it in such simple terms, just to basically say it's sun worship. And, you know, okay, maybe parts of it were about worshiping the sun, and this modern incarnation decided to place Helios, the sun god, in the center of everything and things like that. But to me, that could be a narrative too, man. It just seems overly simplistic to my mind, just to relegate all of it to basically nonsense, occultism, demonic type of things. But I appreciate your perspective.
Well, I like it. I like you said, keep it simple. Why wouldn't you keep every time you get fabricated and you make it all convoluted and it's got to be all this spiritual and all these chemicals and all this stuff? Now you're just losing them and baffling them with bullshit. Hey,
interesting.
Flo, I'm done. Flo,
Is this better?
Be quiet. No, it's not working, sir.
Still?
Emilios, whatever's going on. Let me just try something here. If I go here, I go to edit your mic setting. Let me try this. All right, are you there? Can you hear me? Emilios? Yeah, no, it's completely fucked, dude. It's completely fucked up. I'll let you down, put you in the back so you can deal with it. I have Bear Jew coming up here consistently each show, calling me an asshole, calling me, Z, why won't you let me in? It's the same reason why I should have never let Christy Lee back, and that's why she's banned again. Because you people can't control yourself. You actually have no business being here. And the truth is, I don't want you here. If you're going to be supporting certain entities and interests that are hell-bent on destroying me for no reason, that are basically displaying dark triad traits of psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellism consistently, I'm not entertaining you people here. I'm just not. So you could just go. The fucking 10 people who think that matters to me, you don't, honestly. You're no supporters of mine. I don't need you here. I don't need you pretending to be a supporter. I don't need you engaging with the community here on Z Show. So it's not my fault. So you guys need to just do whatever you feel is appropriate. But we're not walking that line anymore. If you can't see what's going on, like Flow State, Christy Lee goes, oh yeah, Flow State should have got his channel banned. Like, this is the mindset of these people. Christy, I don't even know where you are because you're in some netherworld. So you appear just to be wandering around trying to cause conflict and animosity with people simply for the sake of doing so. Likely because you're very miserable and not happy with yourself. But what a weird thing, Flow State. It's Flow State deserves to lose his channel because of X, Y, and Z. And they actually justify that mindset as if it's rational or in any way, logical. It doesn't make sense.
Just a desperate cry for company in their misery. Bear Jew has been trying to get my attention all day, and I basically told him that he's an NPC. And that's it. I don't know if I've ever been on a panel with him. If I have, it wasn't memorable.
He doesn't typically panel up, but he's very pissed off that I will not unban him. He wants to interact and chat, but he's one of these people. It's the same time. You chose your side, Bear Juicy. I didn't draw the line. Here's the thing, Flow State, that that my listeners understand, but the people who don't seem to never be able to get it, is that I'm obviously here presenting my show. For the first 2 hours, we talked about Rosicrucianism, and then I open a panel up and talk to people. Then I do the news. I'm not involved. I'm not restreaming other people. I'm not up here discussing them. I really don't even like to say their name because I don't want to give them any shine. I have no interest in it. It is these other dysfunctional entities that are completely self-destructive that won't leave this stuff alone. So if you want to come here and pretend like this isn't an issue, I'm not going to have it. This isn't my fault. See, I didn't do this. I'm perfectly willing to coexist with all these other creators. Who's the common denominator, culted ones? Who's the common denominator? So go ahead. As you want to call me a hypocrite, Christy Lee Dolls, you really need to check yourself. Really need to check yourself. But that's what I don't understand, Flow State. Like, these people could justify in their minds the idea. Just because their cult leader can't stand competition, that he perceives competition anywhere, just because he doesn't have the goods to really lay it down, and he would just rather silence everybody, destroy them, basically discredit everybody through lies, intimidation tactics, subterfuge, and basically lies.
It's
so just Right, exactly. So just because he wants to do that, we'll let him do that because he doesn't really have the goods. Let me tell you something, occultists. Your cult leader had a viral video and got 20K listeners off the bat. Now he's just living off the scraps of this bump that he got through an algorithm. He didn't build an audience over time using his skills. He's just doing his best to maintain what he had. You need to see through the illusion. If you can't do it, it's not my fault. I don't need you. He's the one who needs me. That's what you don't understand. Call me a hypocrite as much as you want, Christy Lee Dolls. It's not my fault that you can't see this or you're unwilling to do so. What's the disconnect, Flow State?
It's weird tribalism and loyalty. I've said it before. I don't know if you've heard. Probably, maybe you have. I don't know. I think that.
Hold on a second. Wizard, you're not wanted here, fuckstick. I don't even know why you show up in my backstage. Bye.
There's a. I call it the. In during COVID, people, the mask phenomenon. Sorry for the words. The mask phenomenon enabled people who were spiteful and cowardly to be openly spiteful, right? Because they had a rule now that they could enforce arbitrarily on people. And in the same sort of way, I view a lot of Paul's audience as people who are living, they're cowards and they're spiteful, and they're living out their spite through him vicariously because they're too cowardly to embody it themselves. That's my theory.
Yeah, I agree. There's basically there's an audience for that energy, which is limited. Paul,
And
you're
it's
going
creepy.
nowhere, dude. Just keep it up with me, Paul. You're going nowhere. Your last shot is to try to hold on, basically, to my fucking tail feathers. Good luck with it, dude. It's not going to happen. The best you can do, Paul, is take me out physically or try to do it metaversally. That's your only shot, dude, because you can't hack it, dude. You don't have it. You lack charisma. You lack intelligence. That's your biggest problem. And you're completely self-destructive to the point where it's disordered.
And you're fat.
Plain and simple. I don't give a fuck about your cult. You can have them. You're completely scared because you can't hack it, Paul. So you're going to try to make everybody look bad to try to hold on to the fucking delusion that you have over your listeners, dude. You're weak as fuck. You're a loser and you're a nobody. You won't stop harassing me, gang stalking me, and it just makes you look weaker and weaker. I don't need one of your listeners, Paul. I don't give a fuck about them, dude. You just ain't got what it takes, Paul, to do it yourself. It's too bad, dude.
Hey, Z, what about Snafu insinuating he gave Flo the strike?
That
Yeah.
mush brain motherfucker. The other day I was in the chat here, I asked if he'd accept a challenge to bare knuckle fight me, and he won't. He deflected, and I kept asking. They're cowards. If you have remember, reporting somebody to YouTube is an option that's literally open to every single person on earth every single moment of every single day. If that's your biggest power play, that's an implicit admission of powerlessness. That's why that's probably the main reason I personally will not strike people, because my ego's too big to admit that I've stooped to this level of powerlessness that I have to use this method.
How you like
Right.
he went ballistic when I called him keyboard warrior?
Well, it's like I said, Flow State. It's the height of like weakness, man. It's they actually can't compete on a level of a level playing field with their mind, with their self, with their presentation, with their being. They can't do it, so they have to resort to these means. And the fact that their followers can't see how weak it is beyond my imagination. So it's weird. I come on here and I do my show every single day. I'm not in your world. The lack of my attention towards you, if you understood, would be astounding to you. I don't think about you people. but you just are constantly here in many ways, in all kinds of ways, to the point where you're trying to get people banned, shut down for what? For basically nothing. It's the height of weakness. And like I said a million times, you're just destroying yourselves in the process. That's all you're doing. Hilariously, that's what you're doing. Like I said, Paul, you got 20,000 subscribers and now you're holding on to a scraps of it. I know you're shaking in your boots when you see people like me who just come on, flip a microphone, start talking, and start to gain an audience, something that you will never be able to do because you just don't have it. You can't get out of your own way. You're going to destroy yourself. And you're just sick enough that you'll destroy everybody around you because you would rather see people basically fail if you can't succeed. And that makes you weak as fuck.
And let me tell you how I've transmuted this time in YouTube jail so far. I've been in jail 2 nights now. The first night I streamed on Rumble for the first time, was able to link that up to StreamYard, get that whole process set up. That's been something that's been on the back burner for a while. Last night I did some panel hopping, gained 30 new subscribers in a night. So guys, you can kick dirt at me, but you can't win.
Yeah, I was glad you joined that one panel I was on last night. I only went there because you showed me how. What was it, Cynthia?
Yeah, man.
Yep.
It's very strange. Here's the question. Why doesn't YouTube crack down on people like that? That's the weird part. Where's that community guidelines? You know?
Well, they do though. That's why he doesn't. That's why he keeps changing fucking channels. He doesn't have an audience, and he's such a piece of shit. He can't even keep a fucking account. That's why he has to keep changing channels. But again, you can just like you can report. Anybody can report at any time, all the time. Same thing with making new accounts. He's literally left to do these sort of things. It's another implicit admission.
All right, so here's another cult member. Not sure how Z got derailed by Paul. He's not even here. Did you see him like restreaming me, sucking off my content last show? Do you want me to read the menacing messages he sent me through Cash App? Non-complimentary, yes, Lex Animata. Do you want to do that? So bye, Lex Animata. You're another one. Enjoy your cult. I don't fucking need you here. This is what they don't understand. It's Flossie, it's the same refrain from the cultist. It's like Christy Lee calling me a hypocrite, and this person saying, "Oh, I need to tune in for Nathan Sanders and occasionally blah blah blah." Not sure how Z got derailed by Paul. Did you see Wizard come up here? Do you watch Paul constantly? Can't stop talking about me on his fucking stream. I just came up here and did 2 hours by myself. You're insane. I just don't want you here. You're not welcome here. Plain and simple. Bye.
Slam the door. I like how Flo says that. I'm gonna steal the hell out of that one. Slam the door. That is awesome.
I'm not entertaining it, man. It's crazy.
Z is a true door slammer.
Yeah, he is.
I don't, Harmon. You and I don't know that we're the proper door slammer types like Z is.
He does it with the Italian.
That's it.
The Italian blood. It's the Italian blood. Yes. Take this, motherfucker.
It is the finger kiss. Oh,
that's what it is. It's the Italian in him and Jewish.
I'm Sicilian, dude. It's not just Italian. I'm Sicilian.
Well, it's even worse.
Heidi's asking me. She says, "Z, do you slam doors in real life?" I'll let you fill the answer in, Heidi. I mean, come on. look, here's what Tarek says. Z, he's always restreaming you and Jack, and he will talk shit about you. Exactly. You know, it's funny. He'll restream me, Flow State, and then basically disparage my content as he's restreaming me, showing he has no content, saying that I have no content. Look, if you're it's like you said, Flow State. They want to play into the vitriol. They want to play into the emotion. They're so culted that stuff like this happens and like, oh, look at Z. Can't tell. No, your cult leader is absolutely obsessed with me because he knows I have the goods for real, and he's basically worthless in this endeavor here because he has zero charisma. He's off-putting. He's obnoxious, and he has no chance to grow because no one is going to embrace him beyond his cult.
He's already decided he's perfect. He's limited himself from growth. When you know everything, you're not receptive to new information. He's not receptive to new information. He got a quick shot up, thought he'd made it because he's narcissistic as fuck, and he's finding out that he was wrong. And it's like watching him try to squeeze a fistful of sand to hold on to it tighter while it just kind of streams out of his fingers.
Is this Wizard?
Yeah, probably. It looks like it.
And all right, Wizard.
He has not been on Paul. That is true as far as I know.
All right, Wizard. Links in the chat, Wizard.
He and Paul had a falling out. He actually came on my channel just briefly a couple times, I think.
It's not that I have an issue with you, Wizard. It's that I have an issue with people who support people who are actively trying to destroy me, lie about me, and discredit me.
I'm so glad I don't know about any of that stuff.
Like I said, links in the chat. Look, here's what it comes down to, Flow State, is that these people have to understand this. If you're going to actively support somebody who's consistently gang stalking me, who's smear campaigning me, who's actively lying about me over and over, like I said, links in the chat.
You looked at something like Bear Juice back. There he is.
Yeah.
Glad to see the mustache is back, though. Huh.
Well, that's what I want to speak on, because if people really wanted to censor people on their sensitivities, why am I not censored with this? Yet everybody wants to call it a Hitler mustache. If that's a reason to censor somebody because you're so sensitive about a topic, then maybe you are the one that should be censored. I agree totally. To go around trying to censor people just because you don't like them, that's no reason. And I want people to understand, I've got 32 profiles for a fucking reason. And YouTube cannot excommunicate me, so you can't excommunicate me either. Every time you want to threaten to try to excommunicate me, guess what I do? I just create another person. Don't know what to tell you.
Can we call it a Charlie Chaplin mustache?
I prefer calling it a toothbrush mustache because that's what it was called. However, many people, including Charlie Chaplin, Hitler himself, and Fred Christ Trump Sr. and Jr. both wore it. Donald Trump's daddy.
What are you talking? You're very passionate.
It's a coincidence.
You're very passionate about your mustache, Mr. Wizard. You seem quite passionate about this mustache, dude.
Well, listen to this, guys. This is the only platform. These are the only place. This is the only place in this metaverse that anybody has the balls to even say anything about it. Out in the real world,
Wizard.
Out in the real world, nobody said a word about it. Not the police, not the clerk of courts, not the judge. Nobody.
You go to court looking like that?
Fucking right I do. Who the fuck is out there saying I'm a coward? Who the fuck is out there saying I don't do what I say I'm doing?
All right, here's the question, Wizard. Hold on. Rein it in, Wizard. Rein it in. Hold on. Just, I know how you are, man. You're all there all the time. I get it. All right. Flow State accused me of dyeing my beard the other day, Wizard, and you have a few years on me. Are you dyeing that fucking toothbrush beard, or is that all natural?
Are you Italian? Mute.
He didn't hear you.
Are you Italian, Wizard?
Scottish and German, and you can see the gray in the mustache.
That's what I am.
Yeah,
that's bullshit. How come I got gray coming in all through my beard?
Because you're probably predominantly Scottish.
My last name is Scottish, but I think I've got more German, actually.
Yeah, I don't know myself. You would have to get down to that medical science of the genealogy and find out the percentages. That would be the only way. And even in that, I'm pretty sure most people in modern times are going to have little skitsy bits of this and that in there as well.
All right, hold on. Now that we got the pleasantries out of the way, everybody, to answer your questions, Wizard, that you were posing to me in chat, I don't have any problems with you, Wizard, but what I do have a problem with, I'm speaking generalities, is people who support people that are actively lying about me, smearing me, harassing me in so many ways. That's my problem, dude. Plain and simple.
Right. And I have that same problem. So when you go to my platform, and I remind everybody, I've got over 900 videos. I've been doing this for a number of years, and I don't speak about other people. I speak about the issue. And if other people happen to be mentioning it, that's it. It's a slight mention. But you'll see that 99% of my material is going over the words, terms, and conditions of their codes, rules, and executions and stuff. That's all it is. It's a language thing for me. And that's the main problem. Everybody wants to use these ad hominems. So go ahead and use the ad hominem against me. I'll just create another ad hominem. It's that simple. Let's talk about the real issue, though.
Minorities.
There you go. I agree. I do agree. Minorities is an issue. I'm not. Minorities is an issue. This is a democracy. Do you understand the misapplication of a democracy, of a 51-49? If it's a 51-49, it's a very, very tiltable scale. However, the democracy we have isn't 51-49. It's more like 95-5. And that 95 are the people that are publicly indoctrinated to go ahead and just jump off the bridge like the other 98. We've not been taught to use critical thinking. We've been taught to remember what everybody else has been doing, and it just works for them. There's no room for improvement in that.
I agree with that.
Flow state. Let's talk to Wizard. Let's try to talk to Wizard.
All right.
Wizard, do you understand how your association with certain people implies a particular thing about your credibility and how one may relate with you? Do you see the connection there? Are you just going to just breeze right over this fucking thing?
No, I'm not gonna deny it at all. But understand that the connection that I had with Paul, and I still have with everybody else. And it's the basic concept that if I'm going to have anything to do with you, I'm going to be the one that's going to stand there and I'm not going to cupcake. I'm going to tell you what I think the problem is. I don't care what anybody else thinks the problem is. I don't care if you think this is the problem. I'm going to tell you this is not the problem. The problem is your comprehension. The same way it's been my problem all my life. I'm not going to sit there and put the blame off anybody else. I accept the blame for myself, for my own misactions. And that's because of my miscomprehension. And that's all I'm doing right now is trying to learn a better comprehension. I'm not gonna try to placate to anybody's opinions, feelers, or anything. I want to do things on a Socratic basis. I lived with my mom and dad, the people that adopted me. They've been married over 50 years now. They're in their 70s going on 80. Every time they argued, none of us knew they were arguing, because to them, an argument was sitting down with a notebook on opposite sides of the table and having a Socratic debate, 3 minutes, just like City Hall. That's how I learned about arguments. They never raised their voice.
That's not how it was in my house, Harmon. That was
Of course, that's after I was adopted. All the other families, I come up from a very abusive family, a lot of yelling, a lot of abuse and everything. So that was imprinted first. But again, I see the opposing dynamic of a Socratic argument as opposed to just the insane, emotional, irrational thinking that we go through.
Look, I think everybody could use more logic, rationality, and reason, especially in these times, Wizard. There's no doubt about it. All right, Wizard, I appreciate you coming up. I'm going to let you go, and then Flow State and I are going to talk about
absolutely appreciate
your
it, brother.
Situation and stuff.
And just so we're clear, I love y'all, but I don't give a fuck whether you love me back. That's to say, I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you don't respect me. That's on you. I hope God blesses you, because that's where it truly comes from. Have a good night.
You too, good sir. You too. Hey, Wizard, everybody. Like I always say, everybody, you never know what's going to happen with these shows in the metaverse. You just never know where it's going to go. Surprises all around. I was hasty when I tossed him out earlier, but I don't think I was out of line given the history and things like that. Flow state. You know, I'm just to a point now where I'm moving beyond these things, and the reality is, this thing with me and Paul is me punching down on Paul, and he knows it. That's why he's doing this. Any engagement I have is just me punching down on him at this point. That's the reality. Okay, Paul, great. You get 130 people to watch you at a time, 135, whatever it is. You had 20,000 subscribers, dude. You went viral. So I don't know what to tell you, bro. It doesn't impress me. It might impress your fucking your accolades, but sorry, we're not there, dude. You can go fuck yourself, really.
Most of those are bot subs, anyways.
Yeah.
If I were Paul, though, I wouldn't want to restream us three strapping gentlemen. As a comparison, what's he thinking? Gonna impress any ladies with that fucking neck beard and the hood while you're living in that shed that you're streaming from?
I think he believes his own bullshit, Flow State. I used to not think that. I used to think it was like a, like a shtick with him, like the aggression, like the cockiness, the borderline psychopathy. Then I realized this isn't shtick. He's smelling himself a little too much. He actually buys his bullshit. So it's just a buy. Do you know I haven't been on Paul's show as a frequent contributor in a year, dude? This has been going on for a year, Flow State.
Has it been that long?
It's been a year. It was right around this time. I went on a hiatus from YouTube for like 3 months, and I came back. And that was it, dude. That's how insane these people are. It's crazy, man. I'm to a point now where I don't even address it. Like, I don't even address it until it's like in my face.
You were at that point 6 months ago.
I've been there, dude. I just do my show. You know how many shows I've done at this point? Like, it's in the hundreds now, and each show is like hours long. I just do my show. But Wizard shows up. I got 5 cult members who showed up in my chat. Half of them are blocked that I just keep banning because they're
like they've been drinking piss.
because their daddy keeps instigating it. They're here because he won't stop. Because in his mind, see, he keeps telling everybody that they think it's a competition. No, it's he that thinks this is a huge competition. He can't get over the fact that that basically I don't want to associate with him, and that bridge is burned completely forever and always. So he would rather destroy himself because he's actually embarrassed than actually just move forward and be prosperous. It's very strange, man. Like it's kind of hilarious.
I mean,
so
he does the same thing. He does the same thing to me, like not to the same extent that he does to you. He's just jealous of me. He's in love with you. But if somebody's going to insist on being in your attention, that's why I love to use them in clips. I have several great Paul clips that I play on my show. He's a lol cow. Sometimes I feel like I'm milking him too hard, but
yeah,
the Lord gave me Pauls, and so I made lols, I guess. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you're reacting or you're responding in a way that you feel is best, and I'm responding in the way I feel is best. Because I'm going to do my content. I'm going to present my material no matter what. I know how it is. Look, if Paul was up here screaming, I'd have maybe 20% more listeners. They'd be here for the event. They wouldn't necessarily be a supporter with each of us. But then they'd just go, and then when the next panel has a bunch of energy, they'd go to that one. They're not actually here to experience what I'm offering. So why would I do that to myself? I'd rather build a show around people who want to be here and experience what I have to offer and participate in a way. Like I said with Harmon. Harmon comes up and tells me I'm bullshit about most things. But that's not a problem. You see, it's not the dissent. It's the fact that you people are trolling, you're psychopathic, you're dangerous and harmful in many ways. I got a guest in the back. What's up, Cynthia? What's up?
Chillin'. Hey, I heard y'all talking about. Oh, hello, gentlemen.
Oh, I was gonna tell you hello just now because I saw you in the chat saying stuff.
Hold on. Oh, Harmon, you know Cynthia, right? You were on her panel the other night?
Last night.
Cynthia, did you know Harmon is you see, this is the point flow state where I could milk this Paul thing and I can get a whole thing going and he'd probably come up here. I'm gonna switch and talk about how Harmon's really a ladies' man. And he's a lady. Did you know that, Cynthia, about our friend Harmon here, that he's a lady killer?
No, but I just love pause. So if you want to keep there, I could add. But if not, we can go here. It's your show.
No, go ahead. I knew what you wanted to talk about when I brought you up. It's not a problem.
Okay, well, I did go over there and try to apologize to him and find resolution. Like, okay, Paul, we're never gonna get along.
You and everybody else. See, I tried that for fucking months.
I do.
It's called the high road, Cynthia. You go there and you try to rationalize with somebody who's beyond ration. He doesn't want the resolution. He's not interested in it.
Well,
he doesn't really give a fuck about anybody but himself. And let me tell you, culted ones, because I know you're probably listening, you're going to hear it. He doesn't care about you either. He's just grifting your dumb fucking asses and playing your stupid, moronic, fucking weak ass mindsets. Plain and simple. I'm sorry, Cynthia. Go ahead.
Well, definitely there was going to be no resolution at all. And he's just going to continue because regardless of the problems, like I could be like, I don't care about Paul, but I enjoy going to Jack's panel. I don't care about Paul, but I enjoy going to Flo's panel. And if Paul were to come up to Jack or Flo's, it would be awkward. So I was trying to get a resolution to like, hey, let's just not attack each other. But it didn't go well.
No, you're just feeding the beast when you do that.
And then Snafu is now going to fine tooth comb my channel and try to take me out. So then I said, please do. I need the watch hours. And then it turned into, you're grifting off of me. So
I have zero content and he's going to get my channel.
Oh. Okay, wow.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. He's going to get my channel. He's going to get me knocked down. I have zero content. Zero.
I did not know that Harmon was a ladies' man. At first, he doesn't.
Oh, can't you see?
He doesn't appear like first appearance. You're like, it's a guy, right?
That's just Z.
No, it's not just Z. You're being modest.
And then after you talk to him and you realize what a brilliant mind he has and attitude, everything changes, Harmon. Everything changes.
I learned it all from Flo in the last few weeks. He gave me a crash course.
Harmon knows what he's doing. Harmon knows what he's doing. Harmon's got it down. He has experience under his belt. But here's the thing.
Last night we had fun on her show last night.
I'm sure you did. Cynthia, he has all the attributes that ladies go for. He's 6'5". So right there, Cynthia, as soon as I said that, I know, like, instinctively, like, your ovaries did a little bit of a flip because I know how these women work. They hear 6'5".
I don't know about that, but I thought, oh, you can reach stuff up high. I can get rid of all my step stools.
Oh, so you're at that stage in your life, Cynthia, where it's just about basically
when I'm in the grocery store. You don't know how many of these little women, I'm talking about the old ones, like in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. They go, sir, can you get this for me? I swear, it'll be no less than 4 times when I go to a grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
And they just want you reaching for stuff.
And what they really mean is, can you?
Oh, he froze up.
You froze up. That would have been good.
Oh, fuck. What they really meant is, can you get this for me, sir? Can you get this for me?
Yep, exactly.
I got to remember, I'm their age now.
Harmon, are you expecting any like interest from the ladies based off your recent appearances here in the panel verse?
No, not even.
Like, are you open to like having that translate into like an IRL thing?
No.
Yeah, that makes 2 of us.
I mean, I understand where you're at. I just didn't want you to, like I keep telling you, 21 years older than you. I just didn't want you to be me in 21 years. I want you to have little rugrats running around and Jimmy's happy.
I don't understand when you say that because you do have a family, Harmon. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, but they
Like-
ate so many blue pills. It's. I tell you, they have it every morning for breakfast. They do.
So, well, then, how would I avoid that same fate, dude?
Because
I
you can
mean,
raise them from the beginning with the knowledge. That just,
No.
yeah, you
doesn't
would.
work. No, the power of society is too strong, man. And these women don't really care about truth, Harmon. I mean, no offense, Cynthia. I'm just speaking in generalities, not you, of course, but they don't want truth. They don't they don't really care about like a falsehood versus a true thing. They just want to go along to get along. Societal and communal acceptance is the most important thing to them, and I think it has to do with survival and adaptation. And I think just it's their instinct to go along with the herd as to not be rejected. And in this day and age where women are equally empowered as men and they can make decisions on the same level as men, I'm not willing to step into a legally binding agreement with a woman anymore, or even a cohabitation thing. Cynthia, I'm not even willing to live with somebody like to cohabitate. I don't even want to give a woman any power over me, even in the slightest.
I can understand that to a certain degree. I want to live with someone, but I want us to have 2 houses and a bridge that just goes from room to room.
So you basically want it when you want it, and then basically
being in a relationship and still trying to have your space is a fine balance. And I think for me, when I think about a relationship, the first thing that comes to mind is I'm going to lose all of my space and I'm going to feel. So when you say people run with the pack, that is opposite. Like I have to be, I need a lot of space to be me.
That house you just described, architect, it sounds like it would be called the Z abode.
It's an artist in Mexico. Her and her husband had that house because they were both artists, and artists always need to be in their creative mode. So they overstepped each other and they came up with this.
Do you ever worry that they did artistic, weird, witchy Santeria shit in there?
Oh, they did. I can't even stand her art, but I love her story.
So that doesn't bother you, like living in that place? I mean, I'm not trying to like pick at it, but you're Christian, and I would think that would be, I don't know.
What being?
I would just expect
home?
that. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. No. The Bible talks about that. There's some people who aren't going to be married. That
No, I meant because of if the artist before you was witchy and doing weird shit.
Oh no. I need the space. I don't want to live in their house. I'm gonna build my own house like that. Yeah. No.
Welcome
And
to
it's
the
in
Flow
Mexico.
Show.
What part of Mexico is that in?
I'm not sure. It was Frida Kahlo. I don't know, and she was married to Diego Rivera.
Sounds interesting.
Well, it was interesting. She had an interesting life. She had pet monkeys. She was a lesbian in the 1930s, 40s, and 20s. She was in a trolley wreck, and one of the poles in the middle of the trolley came through and impeded her and one in and out the other when she was 18. So she spent her life like in a corset and could barely walk, and that's when she started art from her bed.
Wow, pain in the whole life. That's
and her
that's
art
not-
is
that's
all
not
her
right.
pain. All her art represents pain. That's why I don't like her art, but I love her story of perseverance. And no matter, I have this talent to give to the world, and I'm going to continue.
Yeah, you remind me of my cousin when she was 14, straddling the picket fence she fell on.
What?
That wasn't a
What?
good. Yeah, I have a
What?
cousin.
This is the 14-year-old cousin. I'm like, let's stop there.
She sat there and we're seeing how far I could walk on the fences, and so she gets up on the picket fence and she's walking, literally straddled it, and she almost died. We went right up her privates area.
Was she ever able to have kids?
No,
How old was she?
she was 14 when it happened. What? Ain't no adult going to be doing that. I hope you're a kid doing it.
Well, I was thinking she was like 8 or 9. Oh wow, I hate to hear that.
Yeah, it's not a good accident.
Oof.
Why did Z abandon us?
I don't know, but let's hurry and change it and talk about whatever happened on Paul's or something else.
Oh yeah. So I go up there, right? And I was like, Paul, I came up here because I want us to find some sort of resolution. He was like, did Frida Kahlo, an artist, and he was like, did you talk to Jack in the back chat and he tell you to do this? Like, I can't see people in the back chat. And that was just weird. He came at me like this. And I was like, no. And I tried to tell him because it's not good. The tension that we have with each other, it makes Jack uncomfortable. We both like going there.
That was me who texted Jack that O'Shea is gay, by the way.
Oh, I was sending all types of stuff.
Cynthia, he's not looking for a resolution. He's not looking to put things to bed. He doesn't have, remember you called him a one-trick pony before? You're exactly right. This is all he has. He doesn't know how to let go of this, but he's destroying his whole thing in the process. He's literally destroying himself because he can't buck up, have a little bit of humility, and like Flow State said, admit that he doesn't know every little thing. He buys into his bullshit. He really thinks he's like a deity. He really thinks he's like a gifted guru with his followers. He believes it, Cynthia.
He really
and he's gonna go down with the ship. He's just gonna go down with his cult that he has now. He's not going to expand because he doesn't have the ability to do so. He doesn't have the foresight to do so, and he doesn't really have the talent to do so.
Funny you say that.
And he's going to go down.
Snaps is over there, and they're coming up with new show concepts.
Yeah.
What the fuck, man?
So you're not alone, Z, and thank you for letting me know I'm not alone, because at some point as you grow on the metaverse, you understand just having somebody that you have tension with isn't beneficial.
Right.
And so you're
being rational, Cynthia. You're trying to be rational. You're trying to say, okay, I am a person who wants to grow in my life. I want to expand. I want to move on. I want to be the best person I could be. You admit that you have flaws, so therefore you could admit to say, okay, maybe I took some part in this. Maybe we could find resolution and we can move forward. But he doesn't have that. Whatever sick psychology he has, and he's very sick. Make no mistake about it. He's very sick in the head. I realize that now. When they say psychopath, he's a psychopath. Plain and simple. And I'm not afraid to say it. I don't care because I don't give a fuck about his cult. I don't want them here. It doesn't matter to me. I'm a speaker of truth. I'm going to say what I feel is the truth. Because if he wasn't, he would have let this go a year ago. Plain and simple.
I like what I learned about Cynthia last night. When she helps out in her community in that church she's a member of, that is so awesome what you do. I loved that story last night about you helping the people.
I love my church. I love my church.
Helping the people with their circumcisions.
No, but she does a good job, I think. I really do, the way she sounded. I like it. You said you didn't pay your tithing because it was commanded. You're doing this just to help. So I would call it more of a donation than any tithing.
Well, and all of our churches, like it was our church and 3 other churches, we came together and we built. There's one of the churches is an old school, and the gymnasium burned, and so everybody pitched in and rebuilt it as a homeless center where people can come and do their laundry, get their hair cut, use the computer and stuff so we do a lot for the community. But I have some questions for Z that's totally off subject, so I don't know if you are okay or if we can do it later. It's about your hearing, and it's interesting because Flo and I were having this conversation on his panel. There was I used to watch the show Project Runway. I don't know if you're familiar. It's about the fashion designer.
Yeah, I remember when it first came out. So my girlfriend at the time, she was a longtime girlfriend, like 8 years. She was in fashion design and marketing and stuff. And I remember when it first came out, I would sit there and we would watch it. And it's a pretty good show, actually.
I love it. It's inspiring. It's an inspiring show. So one of the contestants was a classical piano. Was a piano. What do they call the piano people? The
pianist.
Pianist. Thank you.
Pianist. Yeah.
And so he played a piece for Tim, And when he was done, Tim asked him, "Oh, that's beautiful. What inspired you for that?" And he said that he had found a dead cat in the road and he buried it. And when he buried it, he put his ear to the ground, and these were the sounds that he heard. See, Flo's laughing, okay? But Z, almost called you Paul, my bad. Z, I think, especially with the autistic people, because they do say like hearing is sensitive. In your line of work, have you noticed, is there a correlation between autistic people and hearing something would be different? Could you even tell? And do you think people could really hear
a dead cat? The cat wasn't dead. I'm telling you right now.
I know
Cat wasn't dead.
It doesn't matter how good your hearing is. If you bury a cat and then you hear noises coming from where you buried the cat,
showed the clip. I didn't make it
so
up.
it's actually called a psychosomatic auditory hallucination. And I can imagine a screeching cat in a box would make for very good music, Cynthia. But autistic people do tend to have.
Just buried it. She's telling the story. They buried it in the ground. He buried it in the ground, then he listened to it, and that's how he played this music, because he could hear what he heard listening to the ground.
But he said it was something else, though, the hallucination. So that does make sense. And so I don't understand. Okay.
Autistic people sometimes have savant-like qualities. Like I played a video in the show here about this kid who has perfect pitch. He's completely autistic, right? But if you play him anything on the piano, anything, he can instantly play it back just by listening to it, right? You can play him the most complex piece of music for 10 minutes and he'll just play the whole thing through. He has a perfect pitch and he has perfect recall, but he's completely autistic. It's just like the movie Rain Man. They used to call him idiot savants and things like that. But there's nothing about them physiologically that stands out. It's just how they interpret sound. It's not like their ear or like their nerve or anything. It's just like their brain, basically, their consciousness. This is how they are with certain things. It's a savant characteristic that people have. But I've worked with a lot of autistic people. So I know a little bit about that whole world. And it really is a spectrum. There almost should be like different names for autistic people, Cynthia, because they just, anybody who's like what they call has a pervasive developmental disorder, it's called PDD, or is in some way neurodivergent, they just throw them into the autism category. And it's kind of not fair, really.
Well, I guess that does make sense, because you hear with your ear, but I guess I never correlated that you process with your brain what you're hearing.
Yeah. You don't, you hear, your ear is just a sense. It's like, that's all your senses. It's just neurological impulses. It's your higher part of your central nervous system that like makes it and perceives it as sound. Otherwise it's just vibrations.
Okay.
It's interesting. I can go into it more, but autistic people I got along with all the autistic kiddos. Like I was the one that would send in for the autistic kids because something about me would like jive with them.
Like almost like you guys were duels.
It's almost like we're duels, exactly.
You gotta use that. You gotta use that audio word. You resonated with them.
We resonated. Synchronous vibration, sympathetic vibration. There you go.
When you do hearing tests, would they be like, "Ow, super, super sensitive"? Like,
yeah. So some of them. I actually worked with a special population that were sensitive to sound. They're like a special ones. It's called hyperacusis, also called misophonia. As actually one of my specialties because of the autistic kids. You'll see young kids do it. Like if you see young kids like at a parade and the fire trucks go by and they uncover their ears and freak out, they're basically a form of hyperacusis. Most people grow out of that by like 5 or 6 or 7. Autistic people sometimes don't. So they're always hypersensitive.
Does it scare them or?
Yeah, I mean, it could even be pain. It's like painful to them. They're oversensitive. Painful. It's senses. Like certain autistic people, they don't like certain touches, like certain foods. Like if it's a certain consistency, they won't eat it. They don't like touching certain fibers and shit. They're sensitive in a lot of ways. So.
Cynthia just discovering shit about herself.
I mean, you might be autistic, Cynthia. Who knows?
I
Maybe learn
know.
something about it.
Well, you're a real like medical doctor, sort of. So this is real. This isn't Paul.
Right, but I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a doctor of
I know, but
audiology. So
it counts. Z, it counts.
Yeah. Yeah. Contrary to what people want to say about me and lie, about me constantly. The truth is the truth. Here's what I tell people, Cynthia. It's not hard to find my background. It's already been done. Snafu Snaps did a pretty thorough investigation of my background, except he lied about me once he found it. And that's the part that gets me about Snafu.
I think he doesn't understand what audiology is.
He might not.
He's not a real ear doctor. He just sells hearing aids.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard him do that. All right.
Much love, Snafu.
That was interesting.
No love. I'm nixing that love right there. We got to draw lines in the sand, and Snafu's on the no love side.
I have my lines, but I haven't drawn that hard line with Snafu yet. But I do have my lines, and I think people know when the door gets slammed. I think people do know. I like how Snafu comes up here and calls Harmon a simp. I think that's a good element to the show.
I mean,
I think
we all
that's
do
funny.
that.
I think that's funny as fuck.
Well, when you got Paul and you brought him on there after telling him no and being mean to him, you felt bad. So are you not simping to him? What they would consider that? I don't consider. I think you're being polite.
Simping is a particular thing that men do with women. So to take it out of that concept is apple and oranges.
No
Simping
genders. No genders.
You got me on that one, Harmon. Cynthia, what's your thought on genders? Is one's gender assigned by their sexual organs, or do you see it as more of a fluid concept?
Well, obviously, I do believe it's when you're assigned at birth. It's there are probably some cases where it can be unsure of which way they're going to go due to medical conditions. I've met people like that. Unfortunately, we live in a different time and age, and to say you're not, like, pick yourself. Where now you don't even put on the birth certificate if your child is male or female. You allow them the opportunity to do it. At this point, has this beast gotten so big? I can't fight it. So at this point, I just can only put my love out there with it and hope for the best.
Interesting. Well, that's kind of like what most people feel. I'm weird on this. I'm on that stage where I see gender as something completely different. But Harmon probably thinks I'm messing around too much in like the esoteric fucking mystery school stuff for my own good. But
well, I'm sure they're going to have parties nowadays like they do for when kids want to decide what they're going to be like that. They're going to have a party for you when you decide to trans. So I will come to your party.
Can we do it here? Can we have Cynthia and Flow State up here too when I do my transition party?
That's what I'll come to that. I don't know what to buy you, though.
Let his first grade teacher decide his gender. This is not our place.
That is too funny. Oh, but I'll always come to your party. I promise. I'm not saying you'll. Cool. I'm saying not sure you'll live through it, but I'll definitely go.
What?
Could you imagine if I came out as trans here? That'd be hilarious. Cynthia, when it comes to the gay issue, sometimes I actually wish I were gay. It'd be a lot easier. A lot easier. Gay people have it easy. I understand why they had to be struck down with AIDS. It was like too easy to be a gay guy.
No.
You know what I mean?
I used to volunteer at that clinic when it was first coming out. So
AIDS?
That was a huge that was like my huge cause back in the day was AIDS and HIV. I worked in the medical field at the time when that was first coming out, and it was a different look than what it is now.
80% of my audience is going to tell you that AIDS is a conspiracy and
I know
everything, but
I worked, like, I saw these families and I saw these patients and I saw what their what they in the end what it looked like. It wasn't beautiful. And then I also volunteered at a clinic that did testing on the medication and stuff.
So I'm sticking with my thought that it's much easier to be gay.
No.
And it's like the easiest thing ever. And people think it's a curse, but it's actually a blessing, because if that's what you get your enjoyment out of, it's like basically like being able to eat candy all the time and having no consequences. And then AIDS came along as the consequence and was like, no, it's too much. You're too much of a kid in a candy store. You're Freddie Mercury and you're running around sleeping with like a different guy every night, or these fucking bathhouses and stuff. And I think they were just having too much of a party. And, you know, the powers that be decided to put an end to it. They were having too much fun. Because think about how easy it is. Guys are dogs and pigs. Everybody knows that. Most guys will sleep with anything that mildly arouses them at least once. It's like our good friend Rose777, who I think is still here, says, "Oh, yeah, okay, you might sleep with me once, but will you sleep with me twice?" See, that's the real litmus test of whether a man is attracted to a woman, is will they go back the second and third and more times. So it's the easiest thing ever to be gay, because it's a bunch of horny guys with a bunch of horny guys.
My wife, when we would fight, oh, go ahead. You didn't. I thought you finished. Go ahead.
No, I'm finished. I mean,
Okay.
I wish I was gay. But
Anyway,
so
my
I
ex-wife, when we get in fights or arguments, I guess, whatever you want to call them, she goes, "You know what? You're making me gay." She would always, because she knows that would piss me off. So she says I was turning her gay.
Do you
Harmon,
think,
go ahead.
Z, do you believe gay relationships could be healthier than heterosexual relationships?
Yes. Not that they are naturally, but you asked me if they could be. Yeah. Come on, look how many dysfunctional heterosexual relationships that we all see around us. It's at least the same odds.
I think she meant as an absolute, like, does a gay couple have the, yeah, okay. Maybe not, I don't know.
I would say maybe in this day and age it's possible, because two gay guys together
are gay
can have a certain understanding with each other, where they'll be partners with each other, they'll support each other. But what I've noticed with most gay couples, Cynthia, is they're usually not exclusive to each other. They're usually polyamorous in their relationship, but they still remain as a couple, which to me may be a healthy relationship. I actually see monogamous heterosexual relationships as probably the most dysfunctional in this day and age, due to what I see as the aggrandizement of the woman to the detriment of the man. So I don't believe in 50-50 relationships at all. I don't think women should have any choice and say in decision making when it comes to a man. Women can decide things for themselves, but not men. That's my take on the whole thing.
So financials would be the man?
Everything would be the man. In the end, I'm not saying they can't discourse as a couple. Somebody has to be look, when there's a decision to be made, somebody has to be the decision maker. It has to come down to one person. That's why you have a president. That's why you have a prime minister. Even if you have a Senate, right? You still have, like, you know, the House majority leader, like in the House. You still have the Senate majority leader. It has to go up. That the pyramid is the tier. The pyramid is a natural structure. It's a natural hierarchy. Somebody's got to be responsible for the decision.
Yeah.
Because when it goes, hold on. So somebody has to be at the top, has to make it, because when it goes well, they'll get the accolades. But when it goes poorly, somebody has to be accountable and responsible. And what I found, Cynthia, is women are pretty much incapable, for the most part, and when compared to men, for taking accountability and responsibility for their decisions and actions. Go ahead. I'd imagine you might disagree with that.
No,
I disagree 1,000%.
It's interesting because on that pyramid that you speak about, because I'm sure you imagine it this way, right? When I do that pyramid, the pyramid's this way. Like, I'm the starting point and I uplift everybody. So the decision isn't made at the end, it's made in the beginning, is how I see it. So
when you use analogy of politics, is terrible. That's about
you just proved yourself to be Illuminati confirmed with that. You just gave us the as above, so below.
Yeah,
now
I thought that was going to be it, but I was trying to
people are going to clip that out, that triangle that you just made, and then you inverted it.
Well, that wasn't meant to do that,
out.
and I will do it the right way. But
too late.
I do believe you're right. There has to be a decision. There does have to be that this vote is the only vote that matters, regardless of what we discussed. I am the final call person, but I don't think it should only be limited to the men. Because I know several men who are poor financial planners and who are married to
Right.
wonderful financial planners.
So that means that woman should probably be married to a man who's a better financial planner then, if that's the case. But I
Or
also
the man
think
knows that she's better, and he can make a decision and say, "Okay, you handle the finance," because he's made the decision.
Right.
But Warren still made the decision. Hey, you're going to take care of the finances, and it better be right.
Yeah.
When I
right.
want my
He
clear
can
money,
delegate the
it better-
finances. He can delegate. It's okay. Maybe you're better at the numbers. You're better at this. He can delegate that, but in the end, he has to be the decider. Cynthia, you may be surprised to know that Harmon's great grandfather had 3 wives legally
Yeah.
and lawfully, and
Morally.
I think that that's a more natural construct, because people are always pointing to these 50-50 relationships, and they're going to point to the weak man and the strong woman. And I would say, in reality, if things were meant to function in the state of nature, you wouldn't actually see this. You would see multiple women cleaving to a strong man by nature.
I never thought of it that way. That because there was never a question who was in charge when you had 3 wives. You know, that's what I remember. They were talking about. I never thought about that. There is definitely, well, let's ask. My grandfather was Hans Jorgen Mortensen, so let's go on. It's Hans, and so there we go.
Jorgen Mortensen.
Yeah, I'm Danish.
Tongue twister.
Hans Jorgen Mortensen.
How did your family fall into Mormonism, Harmon? Like, who was the initial person that stepped into that realm? Do you know?
A bunch of missionaries went over to Denmark and baptized my great-grandfather.
Wow. So a bunch of Mormon missionaries, that's why they love doing their little Mormon thing where they go everywhere.
They have to do that, right?
Well, it's not have to, but they feel it's command. What's going on? When it first been, it was 25, 28-year-olds that would go. Well, they couldn't get enough 25 years old, went to 21. Then now when I went, it was 19. Now I hear, since I've gone so long, they can't get it. So they went as young as they gone. Now they go to 18. And they still can't fill it because, people are waking up to all the whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to offend nobody. The brainwashing.
I remember one time they came to my apartment when I was like 16, and we all just got high and let them talk, and we just kind of laughed at them, but they chilled with us. So,
well, they're just kids like anybody else. So we know.
And they hung out for like 2 hours, and we just kept rolling and talking, and then I wasn't paying attention, but the rest of my roommates were.
I guarantee you, they were paying attention to you. I know I was there. When I went and had a young girl around, they wouldn't let me a lot of times. No, you can't go there, Elder Walker. That's what they would tell me. Because I said, I'd rather teach
you. Fucking ladies, man, Harmon. We already covered this.
Wow.
But I got kicked out for that. That's why I said I got kicked out after 1 year.
Let's play his music. Hold on.
I love your music, Z. Classical music is my first love. I'm getting ready to go to DJ school, and I plan to incorporate a lot of.
Nice. Incorporate this into your set list, Cynthia. Okay. Dedicated to Harmon.
My dick.
Harmon, I think you need 3 wives yourself.
I don't hear anything.
Z, we can't hear it.
Oh, you don't hear it?
No.
It's like blasting in my ear. You know why? Because I actually got kicked out of StreamYard for a while there, and everything reset. It was weird. All right, let me get this in. So you're going to be a DJ? I heard you say that, Cynthia, that you're doing a DJ.
It's for my own music. It's healing, and it's just for my show.
And you want to get it going on your show. So you're trying. So Cynthia, you're trying to build a show, right? Like you're trying to build a show, like like I'm building a show. Flow State's building a show, right?
Is he?
So you didn't just get like 20,000 subscribers, and then you decided to do a show, and now you're holding on to like 100 and small change of them. You're actually building. I got you. Sorry, because some people just do that. They just get a viral video, and they think that makes them a broadcaster, and they think that makes them appropriate to do this, but they're just holding on to the scraps of their viral video.
I think I remember looking at her show last night. She had 900 subscribers. Is it right about that 900?
Yeah, about 900. I've been on here for a while. I haven't taken it serious. I've only done
Yeah.
30 lives.
I understood you had to have 1,000 people to do live. I guess that's wrong. What's
They
your
changed
rule?
it to 500. You have to have 500 and 3,000 watch hours to get the first level of monetization. 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours to get the second level.
But I'm saying to be able to stream. How old? I mean, what do you need required for that?
50 subscribers.
50.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would take me like 40 years.
That would take you 2 weeks.
It would take me it would take me 40 years.
No, it would. That's the thing about this community.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'll put there. You go. I told you a lot of times my jokes require courtesy laughs. All right. So just do that. A little courtesy laugh is all I need. All right, Z. I apologize. I'm gonna let you go, Z. Thank you for letting me on your show. I know it's getting close to your news time. Flo, are you gonna be around at 9:30? You said somewhere.
I think I don't remember what time I actually set it for. I think that's about it. Yeah.
But that link you put, I can just save it on my computer and click it later.
No, that's just I just put the link backstage for you guys if you want to join. That's to join the StreamYard. Not to watch it.
What channel will you be on?
I'll restream it.
I'm streaming to Rumble. I'm streaming to Rumble. Cynthia will be restreaming it to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Cynthia, put on your channel. Put his link to Rumble for me if you don't mind.
All right, so let me get this straight so people know. So Flow State, you're still streaming to Rumble, and you'll be restreaming through Cynthia. And when you say 9:30, that's your time. So what's that compared to Eastern Standard Time?
It's 9:21 now. Yeah.
What is that?
Like in 10 minutes.
Oh, you're an hour behind me. You're an hour behind me.
Yeah, I would have missed you.
So is that your normal time, Flow State? 10:30 my time is when you like to stream?
I don't have a normal time because I'm a child and I'm resistant to schedules and structures.
Right.
But no, I just normally what I do is in the afternoons I'll hit Talcott, I'll hit you, and I'll kind of bop around a bit, and I just sort of try to project when I think whatever the final panel I'm on is going to end, so that I'm not clipping into who I'm talking to. But
interesting. Yeah, it's. I always say there's only so many hours in a day, but I keep that mindset too, which is interesting enough because I actually see. Here's the thing, Cynthia, that I have a problem with. Like, even though Paul is relentless on me, and the fucking guy like can't let it go, and he's trying to destroy me in so many ways, even he claims he's not. I figured even when I started out, I said, I'll do a morning show. And then, people want to come to my show, then go to his show. And then even when I was going to do my afternoon show, I'm like, all right, well, Paul goes on in the afternoon and I can come in. He wants it all, Cynthia. And that's why he's fucked up, is he wants to destroy in his maniacal, egomaniacal head. He thinks that he fucking wants to own the internet. I think it's very strange. It's so childish and dysfunctional. I can't stand it. So, that's. But you would think, hold on, let me say this. You can go. But you would think that, like Flow State says, is reasonable. He goes, okay, Z and I maybe have some overlap in the audience. And maybe, he can come on, work a little bit with me. I could pop on and work with him. So maybe it would be mutually beneficial for both myself and Flow State if we don't just stream over top of each other. It doesn't mean we can't, but maybe there's a little lack. That's a rational mindset that Flow State is exhibiting, to say, okay, let me try to be rational and do something that maybe is not going to try to destroy everybody. But some people just lack that mindset. I think they just want to see the world burn, really. That's my real thought.
Paul's hurting himself by trying to destroy you, and that's that same cliche. Why would you drink poison hoping somebody else dies? He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. All right, well, I'm going to jump off. Thank you so much, Z. I definitely appreciate your show. I'm personally glad it comes on at this time. I kind of flip between you and Jack.
I know Jack is very lovable. Maybe I'll make you a flat earther one day, Cynthia. Maybe one day Cynthia will be singing the flat earth.
The morning show was just too early for me, but
it was too early for me too.
Show.
But
it was too early for everybody. It was too early for me, but I still did it. I'm glad I did it, but this is much better.
I enjoyed that.
There's pluses and minuses to do it in the morning. One, there was nobody else fucking streaming. But the other side is nobody was awake, so it was actually worse. I come on now, there's 10 other people streaming, but that's fine. I'm not like this. Here's the thing, Cynthia, and I didn't mean to cut you off, is that I'm okay with coming on here doing my show. And then whoever wants to gravitate to the show, whoever wants to resonate with the show will do so. People come in and out. I'm not like, fuck you, Cynthia. I saw you on Telcuts. And that's to me, that's a crazy mindset. It's limited and doesn't make sense. Why would I create smoke with you for nothing?
Right.
What was that?
I'm trying to clear it up with Paul. Your tribe will come together. Like if you want to do YouTube and you're like, oh my gosh, I don't know if anybody, your tribe will always find you. It always flows right. It always does. Don't even think about that.
Yeah, yeah. What's your audience like, Cynthia? Who's gravitating? I know you were more like, you're associated with like an urban broadcast. Your words, not mine, which I think is funny. Are you then carrying that same vibe into your show, or do you see more like the Lindsay Smiths there, a Sean Osborne?
Yeah, we have conversations, but people have started asking to see more. And then I started thinking like all of us just sit in screens. Nobody kind of takes a stream and like watch me cook or watch me sew or watch me work on this project. So I'm thinking I might tap into that market a little bit just to see how that goes. But I'm definitely.
What's the proper way to cook bread, to fry bread?
Oh.
Side note, guys. Tommy has a cook show.
Yeah, I saw his cooking show. I actually was fascinated by it.
And I have always wanted to do this bit, like a Saturday Night Live bit with Tommy, where I play the HR lady who's calling him in for his YouTube review, right? But Tommy won't play. He won't play with me. He's not interested. And he's always yelling at me.
No, he doesn't play. And that's the endearing part of it and the lovable about Tommy.
Right.
He doesn't play along. He does his own thing.
But I'm thinking I'm going to watch his cook shows and then the next night make what he makes, but make it the proper way.
So you're not going to deep fry sliced bread? And
right.
Gotcha,
so
gotcha.
I'm going to do it and kind of see if maybe that gets. I like the way you put your show together where you have a lot of the audio and we know. Like Harmon just said, hey, I know you're getting ready to do the news. Like you were getting
right. Like he knows that. Like he knows I'm overtime even. But I'll let the show go long if the vibe's going good or if I'm not tired, But here's my show, Cynthia. It's like this, and I developed it, but it's. I come in and I do like music to start,
Right.
Like
and I love the music you pick. No, people may not like, but I love the music you pick.
So I do that, right? And then I come in and I do like a soft opening where I don't have the camera on and I'm warming up. I'm just greeting people. I'm kind of free flowing. I might have a few things I want to talk about. And it's like maybe 15 or 20 minutes of like a soft opening, just kind of warming up. Then I do my intro, and I do an intro. And then I cut. Right. Then I cut to what would be a commercial break, which is a musical interlude.
Mm-hmm.
Then I come back with something that I want to present. I'll have things. Each show I have things I want to present. Like tonight I presented on the Rosicrucian Society, and maybe I'll do Flat Earth, or maybe I'll have a special guest. Then I might take another break. Then I do open panel, then to the news. But it helps me because it keeps the show moving, right? It keeps it like, and it's a nice exit for my audience because I'm like, all right, I'm ending the show awkwardly. Everybody get out. It's, oh, I need to move on to the news. Thanks for being here, right? And occasionally, if the spirit moves me, I'll leave somebody up for the news as like a treat if I'm feeling a certain vibe or I want to get to know somebody, or if I just want to sandbag the news and just be goofy, I'll leave certain people up and stuff like that. So that just works for me. Now, my biggest issue is that I'm good at that structure and moving it along, but I lack certain things.
Do you write and plan your show out?
I plan segments. Like when I do my presentations, like I plan that part. So I'll sit down and say, okay, like on a Sunday, I'll be like, what's on my mind? So like I said, today I gave a whole presentation on a certain secret society from like the 1500s that preceded the Masons, right? So I knew who I wanted to present. So I went through the material and I edited the video that I wanted to present on the material, and then I give my commentary on it, right? So that's the preparation part. And just if I want to bring a special guest, I might prep and do some research on the guest, right? So that's the prep part of it. The other part is, a lot of it's just, improv and doing this kind of stuff, especially the open panel portion of it. And then I'll cover whatever I want to cover in the news. Like I'll prep for the news half the time. Most of the time I'll just read the main articles, but there might be a particular science article that I want to read. So I'll tag that and I'll be like, oh, I'll read this for my news segment. But where I'm lacking is with, like you said, the technical part. My equipment's very old and I'm very hesitant to invest money in this without the money coming in to justify the investment. But I know that's a little bit of give and take. Like in an ideal world, if it wasn't fucking YouTube and I wasn't a flat earther who's never going to get supported, I would have, people who maybe commit, they do little segments for me, or they help me with like the production on the end. So I'm definitely lacking in that end of it. Like the equipment, like you said, you're learning to DJ because you want to be seamless. You want to be like, all right, folks, we'll be back. More Z Show in a second.
Right.
Hit the button, boom, the song comes on.
It sets
Exactly.
the tone.
Right, exactly. Like a lot of stuff, my stuff's glitchy and I have to wait for commercials, but that's coming around and it sort of is what it is on that.
Well,
on
I'm
that
excited,
level.
and I'm excited to see your show grow. You're truly inspiring, and I, as always, love your music, and I'm going to always come to you with all my hearing questions.
Back at you. But let me ask you this one question because I can't let you go this easily, Cynthia. If you indeed, how's this? I'm trying to ask you about the flat Earth. I'm trying to ask you about the flat Earth thing.
Oh,
if indeed the flat Earth thing is true, would it matter to you?
No.
Right. The answer is no. The answer is no.
I don't know. Here's why I have a little bit of faith, though. It was what, 2-3 days ago, because she was talking about wanting to conquer Mexico.
Yeah.
And I told her,
I still thought about that today.
I said,
Aren't you part Mexican? Aren't you part Mexican?
Yes, Z.
So she
And
wants to
so I've
conquer her own
always
people.
called Mexico my country. And Flo told me the other day that it's not my country. Like we were arguing. And he was like, Mexico. And I was like, oh, it's not. And
What's
then
your point, Flow State? Is that because she's American?
My point was that she doesn't own another sovereign nation and she can't conquer it just to make it do what she wants. But
who says? Why not?
I mean, that's her thought too. But my point is that if she, at whatever age she's at, just now realized that sovereign nation is not her property, then maybe she'll realize the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
hold on, Cynthia. That's the point I wanted to make is that, even if it were true, you wouldn't care if it were true because to embrace that mindset, it goes against so much of the culture that most people just say, no, I'm not going there. It's too much for me. I'm not fucking dealing with it. To the point where they say, I don't even really care what's true or not because it's too hard otherwise. So I always like to make that point is that if it were true, I'm not saying if I could prove it to you, but I'm saying like if you were able to divine the ultimate truth, most people wouldn't even care if it was true because it's so against the fucking culture and especially women. And this is why everybody Z says women are not in position to make decisions is because they're not really interested in the truth. They're just really interested in consensus, which is really just subjugation to an authority. Go ahead, retort.
I
If
don't
you
know
wish.
if they're not interested in the truth. That was.
Well, I flat out asked you.
That's the same argument.
Hold on.
Timmy was giving
who?
me. Timmy.
Who?
Timmy.
Well, because he's interested in truth. He's also a flat earther, by the way.
He was giving me I'm the man argument.
Timmy's very interesting in the way he goes about his discourse with people. Whatever. I mean, I'm not him, but because I asked you straight up. If it were true, would you care? And you were honest. And I will say that most women would say the same thing you did, and even most men, but almost every woman,
but
except for a short few.
And I think you also need to understand as a woman, we have a lot of nurturing to do. So thinking about the
Right.
shape of the earth is kind of not on that priority list. We've got kids
Right.
to take care of, life, homes, whatever.
And
So
that continually goes down to my point. Uh-oh. Don't Judge Me says wrong. Do you know this Don't Judge Me is completely in love with Illumitami? Are you aware of that, Cynthia? Is that on your
no,
radar?
but I know that Snow chick was, and
Yes.
Snow, I want to let you, and I heard that they actually talk, but off camera, like they actually talk in IRL.
Apparently, according to Tommy, and he apparently said that she would be the one person he would break his celibacy for. That he's apparently celibate by
Okay.
choice, and he would break it
Well,
for Snowfire.
Snowfire's welcome to him. I just need her to pitch this idea to him. I just need to pitch this
She'll be
idea.
welcome. I think.
He's not going to do it. He's not good with like rules, playing along. He's always going to just do the Tommy thing.
Segment. That's the
Yeah.
segment. Like, you make me want to practice my improv more. Like, because you flow it right. And he's the only person I think that could sharpen me in that area. I don't think anyone else can like him, which is a compliment.
Yeah, he's good like that. Tommy has the thing where he can come on, hit play, and just him and an audience for 2 hours hold an audience.
Do
And
you
that
think
says something
that's
about him.
improvised though? You see how much work he puts into some of his backgrounds, the couch and all. Like, I sort of suspect that somebody who puts that much work into his scenery is not thinking about what he's going to say.
Fair point. But that doesn't take away the fact he can hold an audience just spurging. But I've also said to him to his face that it may also be a limitation for him because the spurg is now what people are interested in, and it requires a high degree of energy. He's not a young man, and we know Tommy likes to, experience maybe certain types of. Well, he gets mad when I talk about it, but he may not have the most natural energy, Cynthia, if you know what I'm talking about. His energy might be like augmented from like other sources that, you can pick up like on a street corner in Denver.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Yeah. So think about it. So what it's like for Tommy, if that's what people are interested in, now he has to maintain that same psychotic energy like forever. And I was trying to tell him, like, you don't need to be that. Just, I had him on earlier, Cynthia. I said, where's Tommy 2.0? Where's the Tommy that stops talking about Paul constantly, stops making a stream about Paul? Like you said, you tried to move on, Cynthia, put it in the past today so then you could proceed just doing your thing without trying to hold on to some animosity for some fucking cheap drama content. And I said, Tommy, when are you going to do that? We're all waiting for that version of Tommy. He's not ready to do it yet. I don't know. Maybe he's not interested. I'm not him. What do I know?
And it wasn't even, I really don't want to do this for Paul. I really want to do it for Jack. But
what do you mean? Well, hold on. You don't. Jack does this to himself, Cynthia. Flo State, do we need to have a conversation with Cynthia about this?
No, sir. You do not. No.
Because we've got time for that.
When Paul and I are on Jack's show, he'll take a couple of jabs, I'll take a couple of jabs, and then pretty soon we're going at it, and it really gets Paul roused like out of his comfort zone. And I don't like seeing that. Like, that's not healthy. Even if it doesn't affect me, it's
Wait,
not.
You're saying it gets Jack out of his comfort zone,
right? Like, he becomes
Gotcha.
stressed because you don't know what Paul or what Snaps or what anybody else, what they're going to call him. They're going to send text messages. So he gets uncomfortable. And he starts
he does.
And so I always just calm it back down and let it go. But it's
so hold on. Let me ask Flo State. Is Cynthia like absolving Jack of responsibility, accountability, and culpability with this? You're making it seem like Jack is just a passive agent that has, no control over who comes on his panel and who doesn't. And
right.
Well, this is why I've hypothesized before that Paul blackmails people, because Jack acts out of sorts with Paul. That's not the norm for how Jack handles any of his other panelists. O'Shea acts out of sorts with Paul. There are these people that run around yes manning him like a motherfucker in out of sorts ways. I don't know how to make it make sense.
Right. Well, because it's the fight or flight or fawn response. Some people fawn when encountered with an aggressor.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll just roll over and put their belly up. Most people just do it out of just convention and civility, because most people aren't psychotic. Most people don't want conflict. So when engaging in conflict, when somebody backs off, then the other person usually takes the lead, unless there's something, very precious involved. Like, okay, if you and I are in a desert and we're fighting over the last glass of water, it might be a fight to the death. Who knows? I'm just saying there's certain times where conflict is necessary. But in society where people have to interact with each other, people have to find ways to inhabit a space together where we live, whether it's a country, a town, a fucking street, or a household, people typically learned to live together in relative peace. But when somebody is hell-bent on conflict and destruction, the worst thing you could do is put your belly up and act submissive, because that person is just going to exploit that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the psychopathy. That's the pure psychopathy, because these people have no inner boundaries, and they would just rather see the world burn than have their inner discomfort.
Am I a psychopath? Because I like conflict. I like conflict.
I've been telling you.
Because you have to have conflict. It sharpens you. It sharpens you. You don't know your skills until you're in that moment, and you choose your opponents wisely. You don't pick ones that don't challenge you.
And I think Z likes conflict too, although maybe in smaller doses than we do.
No, it's that I don't shy away from it.
You don't enjoy
the reality.
It at all?
The reality is, I'm not particularly inclined towards conflict, but I won't shy away from it. Like, I'll jump into it. So, but there's. Hold on a second, Rose. If you're still there, Rose, you sent me a link, but the link is disabled. It's not an active link, Rose. I don't know if you're still there. Go ahead. Sorry, guys.
You see, Lindsay says conflict is chaos, though. How do y'all feel about that?
She made a good point. I don't think it's chaos. I think that there's structure to conflict and there's a pattern to it. So I think that she makes a valid point, like observing the dynamics and how Z approaches conflict versus how I do. I think that's a good point, but I would disagree that it's chaos. I do think that there's actually structure in conflict. There's not control, though.
Conflict's not always bad. I think if you can get past some of the words and stuff, it can be healthy, because you have to go to looking for a partner. One of the things I want to know is I want to know how he fights. Like, is he going to fight dirty, or what's he going to do? You know what I mean?
Are you a shit tester, Cynthia? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I'm a I gotta know what you're made of.
That's natural. It's natural for a woman to do that. Men, if you're listening, it's completely just the way it is.
Okay.
A woman has to push you just to see how you're going to react.
But not don't step on the button though, ladies. Like, let off.
Right.
But yeah.
All right, so you guys are going to do your broadcast. Much love. Enjoy. Keep doing your thing, and many blessings. All right, Flow State.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. I'm trying to pull Rose's link. Rose sent me something in the back, but like I said, it's not working. Yeah, much love, everybody. Yeah. Sorry, Rose, if you're listening. I wanted to play what you sent me, but yeah. You said it, John D, not me. You said it. Yeah, he's doing it to himself, so All right. Damn, Rose. I'm trying to pull it up because what you sent me looked like it was fucking funny. Rose sent me like a funny skit. Maybe I'll play it tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the Friday show, guys and dolls. We're holding it down here on Z Show. All right, here we go. Yeah, something weird happened like about an hour ago in the show. Like my StreamYard like totally froze up and kicked me out, but it didn't shut the show down. I was just kicked out of my own show. And then I'm wondering, like, if it stays locked up, how would I even end it? This fucking technology's weird. All right, let's get going. Let's get to the news. All right, guys and dolls, thanks for being here. Let's do it. It's time for news. All right, in tonight's top story, James Crumbley, who bought gun used by son to kill 4 students, guilty of manslaughter in Michigan. Uh-oh. The father of a Michigan school shooter was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter Thursday, a second conviction against the teen's parents, who were accused of failing to secure a gun at home and doing nothing to address acute signs of his mental turmoil. The jury verdict means James Crumbley has joined Jennifer Crumbley as a cause of the killing of 4 students at Oxford High School in 2021, even without pulling the trigger. They had separate trials as the first U.S. parents to be charged in a mass school shooting committed by their child. Jennifer Crumbley, 45, was convicted of involuntary manslaughter in February. The verdicts, one each for the 4 victims, were read around 7:15 p.m. at the end of a full day of deliberation in Oakland County Court. All right, so this is a situation where the parents are being held accountable for 2 things. One, the actions of their child, as they said, for failing to address his mental issues. But 2, and maybe more importantly and more lawfully, they're being held accountable for not securing their firearm. Now, maybe that's a count, and that's a maybe something I can get behind. But as it said, I mean, this is the world we live in, where how can we hold people to some standing of legality and lawfulness when you can convict somebody for their doing nothing to address acute signs of his mental turmoil? How does that play into this murder here in any direct way? So I have a hard time seeing the link there. I mean, I understand how that could be problematic, but I'm just wondering if that's criminal, because where do we draw the line, right? I mean, what happens, like the lovely Sean Osborne, I know he would never do anything like this because he's a sweet and seemingly wonderful person. But what if Sean Osborne just one day decides he's going to flip out and just, like, shoot a bunch of people? Should people in his life be held accountable for like not getting him some perceived mental health care? That's cuckoo. And I know you say Sean's like, he's an older guy. I think Sean's older than me. But what if he wasn't? What if he was a young lad? Should parents be held responsible for the duplicitous and unlawful acts of their children. But then again, if they fail to secure the gun, I mean, what are the laws against? Does one need to secure a gun? What state are they in? You know, and again, is it constitutional? What's the responsibility? And how much can you blame somebody for not securing a gun? What's the level of security? So these are how we start to have a slippery slope into tyranny. And like the freak says, pseudo criminality, very communist, very CCP. And just because the freak is not very intelligent because he can't see beyond his globe belief and his indoctrination doesn't mean that he's not intelligent enough to not see that this is a pseudo criminal situation. So much love to freak. Maybe someday you'll get beyond your little feelings about your indoctrination. You'll be able to see truth for what it really is. But that being said, before I get on with the news, let me talk to Special K. Welcome back to Z Show.
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
What's going on, Special K?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, fairly well. What are you up to?
I was trying to use my desktop computer, but it says StreamYard doesn't run or doesn't support. It says I gotta either use Firefox, Opera, or Chrome, and I have Chrome, but it's not going through. So, I pulled up on my iPad. I don't know if you can hear me all right though. I got my headphones on, so.
No, it's doing good. It's doing good.
And I got some bronchitis shit that I'm dealing with. I can't. It's fucked up.
Damn, that's all right. I won't leave you up here long. I just wanted to see how you're going.
No.
I actually banned you the other day, so I'm surprised you're back. Maybe I went back and unbanned you. Maybe I had second thoughts.
That's so awesome. How did I get banned?
I don't know. I just saw you making weird comments and stuff, and just like in my head, I was like, oh, just ban Special K. She's like being weird.
Yeah, Jay was fucking. I was pissing everyone off. I was being crazy ass bitch. Like,
what was going on with you? Is that hold on? You just lash out at you just lash out at people and stuff. Is that what you do? And so what? You're lashing out at Jay now too?
Oh no! Well, I mean, not right now. He's at work.
Oh, okay. But in general, you've been lashing out on him. All right, so let's talk about it. Are you okay? What's going on?
No, yeah, I'm all right. I just I got this bronchitis thing going. I just I get in like moods.
Right.
That's
Right.
all.
Well,
There's
when
nothing
people
crazy
come out.
going on. I'm doing well.
Well, when people come out and they start acting certain weird ways on my channel, I tend to start, acting in certain ways. I just wanted to make sure you're okay. That's all, Special K. You're lashing out at people. You're going through a rough time. Okay, I got it.
No, not even. I think what I was getting at about to you was I forget what triggered me. It was something about maybe Christy, and I was just like, I say what I think whenever, I don't know. I think it was about Christy Lee Dolls and her change, and I was just like, I don't think she should come here because it probably wouldn't be good for her. She can't handle what Z says sometimes. Like,
Well, it's funny
and I
because you might
mean,
have been on something because I banned her again today. So.
well, why? Why would you ban me for that though? I mean, I'm just saying
No, because it was
how I
other
feel
stuff.
about it.
You were basically shown a pattern of behavior over the course of days and weeks. You might not even remember. And I said,
So
okay,
why
I'm
don't
getting
you
rid of
why
Special.
don't you say something to me earlier then? Like that man, you hurt my feelings, Z. Because I don't want to be that type of person. Like, I'd rather you like tell me, like, I'd rather like let me know what's up so I can like, fix myself. Jay has that problem too. Communicate shit with me, and then all of a sudden it's like it's a silent treatment, and I'm like, well, what did I do? Fucking let me know,
Well, I think kind of maybe that's what we're doing now, Special K. All right, much love.
I know,
Look,
I
take care of
appreciate
yourself.
it. Much
Take
love
care
to
of
you too, man.
yourself. Take care of yourself.
Thanks
All right.
for unbanning me.
I don't know. I guess I never even banned you. I must have. Maybe I just had a second thought about it, and I just
I
decided
think
not
it was
to.
a dream. I think it was a dream. Much
You
love,
never
though,
know.
bro. Take it easy. Be good,
All
all
right.
right?
Peace. Back at you. Back at you.
Bye.
Special K, everybody. So she's not banned. Much love. Yeah. Where was I? Might as well get on with the news. Yeah, weird story that I was just reading. So their adolescent child kills a bunch of people in a school shooting, and now the parents are going to jail. Much like most things in life, I can see both sides to this, but I always err on the side of freedoms and liberties and rights. You know, in my mind, it's better to let 100 guilty people go free than one innocent person be locked up. Do you understand? I err on that side. To me, it's not 50-50. You don't just go, oh, well, it happens sometimes. Sometimes we just got to lock people up who are innocent because, you know, the preponderance of the evidence and to keep safety. And that's actually a very feminine thing. It's kind of what I was saying to Cynthia. That's why I don't think women should make decisions when it comes to stuff like this, is because women tend to make decisions based on utility, tradition, and convention. And they will sacrifice justice for those things. But we can't live like that. That's a flawed way of thinking. It's logically incoherent. It's not the way it should be. You know, so you start locking parents up for the things that their kids are doing. Where do we draw the line on this? You know, that's how you get a slippery slope into ultimate tyranny. And again, I find that, you know, very, very problematic in so many ways. All right, let's move on. Much love, Special K. Much love. You see how it is, guys? I'm not, you know, I could slam the door on somebody, but it doesn't mean I don't open it back up. Sometimes I'll lock the door after I slam it, but it's called boundaries. A lot of people in this day and age lack healthy boundaries. I don't blame most people because I think it is engineered. And I think they want us like this. Moose, your producer Moose channel should work in my chat now, if that is you. Mr. Moose. I don't know if that's the actual Moose, but producer Moose should be all good. Maybe give it a try. By the way, much love, everybody. Boundaries all around. Work on your boundaries. In science news, here we go, everybody. SpaceX launches its Starship rocket for the third time. SpaceX launched the Starship Falcon 9 from its Starbase facility in southern Texas on Thursday morning, the company's latest attempt of a historic orbital test flight. The rocket took off from its launch pad in Boca Chica at about 9:25 a.m. Eastern Time. Clearing several critical hurdles along its hour-long journey, Starship reached orbital velocity, SpaceX founder Elon Musk wrote on X at 9:40 a.m. Congratulations, SpaceX team. The rocket, however, did not survive re-entry. Oh, no. SpaceX said it lost communication as it was re-entering the Earth's atmosphere above the Indian Ocean. Starship. Imagine, like, you're the unlucky, like, Indian fisherman in the Indian Ocean. You're out there, like, doing some deep sea stuff. And all of a sudden, like, the Starship SpaceX rocket debris just comes smashing right on your head. It's going to happen eventually, right? I mean, we're blasting stuff into space. We got satellites coming down. Something's going to hit somebody. Oh, no, but they say it basically materializes in the atmosphere, right? Starship is the world's biggest rocket, measuring 30 feet wide and standing nearly 400 feet tall, or about 90 feet taller than the Statue of Liberty. It weighs more than 11 million pounds when fueled. That's a lot. SpaceX designed the rocket with the goal of bringing people to Mars. While it's not happening in the lab or on a test stand, this is absolutely a test, SpaceX said in a post on X. Quote, what we're doing today will provide invaluable data to continue rapid development of starships. How many starships are you going to send up? This is like the third one, apparently. How much money do you have, SpaceX? Where does this money come from? Oh, that's right. You're subsidized by NASA, which is a public entity. You know, tax money, which means you guys are subsidizing this. You hearing my voice, especially if you live in America, you're paying for this. Are you okay with that? How many starships are going to blast up and blow up? Let me ask you something, people who think it's okay that this is happening. Do you know anybody in your neighborhood who's in need of medical care? I do. Do you know anybody in your neighborhood who's in need of decent housing? I certainly do. Do you know any child that's in need of the basics, education? I do. Oh, really? So how do we still have these problems, but they're just blasting up multiple starships that are just exploding in the atmosphere at the tune of billions and billions and billions of dollars, and everybody's just okay with it? Where's the return? Where's the return? I don't know if this is the real moose. I don't know if it's the real moose, because he's not coming back on his Moose producer channel. Much love, Moose, if it's you. I hope you're well. So where was I? Yeah, we're just okay with the SpaceX Starship. Multiple of them just being produced and exploded in the atmosphere. Like they said, it's a test. It's not in the lab. It's just in the skies. Weren't they trying to tell me last week that they want to use this Starship for the Artemis mission? I thought you're planning this mission for like a year or two. I hope they work out this, like, exploding Starship problem that they keep having on re-entry. I mean, it might be something they might want to, get by, the whole exploding vehicle, if you want to, bring people back from the moon. I'm just saying. All right, folks, I would love to keep going, but we've come to that time. We're already 4.5 hours in. Again. Look who's here, Mr. Roper Overbearing. Much love, Roper. Much love, Roper. Hope you're well, good sir. Blessings to you all around. Yeah, like Mad Max says, I know plenty of good people that need help. But yet you're wasting billions in space. They're calling it a space industry now because that's the only way they could sell it to you. Because if you call it an industry, remember it used to be called space exploration, but by calling it an industry, they can then attempt to justify their investment, financial, time, energy, resources in this space endeavor. It's the only way to justify it. I don't know what industry they're going to make out of it. What are they going to bring? What's the industry? You're going to bring back minerals, harvest them? What's up with that? How's that an industry? How's there any profit in that? El Pistolero, Flow State is live, but he's live on Rumble. His channels, he has a strike. And he's also on What's Up Cynthia's channel. She's restreaming it, Mr. Pistolero. All right, folks. That'll do it for another Z show. Much love to everybody. We had some surprise guests today. We actually had Mr. Wizard on here. Much love to Wizard popping in. I hope you are well, sir. I have no animosity towards you. I think I said what I needed to say, and you basically said what you needed to say, and it's fine. But for my longtime listeners, just realize, man, I'm actually speaking to the choir now. You're not going to see me participating with the nonsense of these people. Like I said, it's punching down for me at this point. And it's kind of boring for me and really pathetic in a lot of ways. And just because I don't understand the behavior doesn't make it any less real. They're not stopping with their harassment, their digital stalking, gang stalking, and smear campaigns against me. Which I guess I could probably, understand if it wasn't so self-destructive on your all's part. And if you really knew how weak you all looked from any outside observer, other than your cult, you'd probably understand what you're doing to yourself in this process. Basically destroying yourself and your credibility. Mateo thinks it's funny. In the end, it is funny, Mateo. Maybe more sad than funny. But a lot of humor comes from tragedy, so it could be both at the same time. But if you're going to talk about me, maybe don't lie about me consistently, everybody. Maybe get your facts straight. Maybe you wouldn't look as bad with your lies. Lonnie says, I get the shit, bro. It only makes one more powerful. Yeah, exactly. In the end, that's true. All right, folks. Take care of yourself and each other. And again, if the fates are willing, we'll do it tomorrow. Again, a Friday show. The Friday shows are crazy and weird. And I've already gone back and forth. Do I do the Friday show? Do I nix the Friday show? We'll keep going with it. Much love. Peace, everybody.